Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
No delaying for what you saying, yo. Silly with my 9 milli with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, every while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap me with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, nigga shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the count ball.
Yo, 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 yo. Microphone check 1, 2. What is it? Good afternoon, everyone. Do you guys hear me loud and clear? My internet is acting up, so please let me know if I'm buffering. Let me know if I'm going in and out. As you know, I'm from New York, and I am your host, Diva Divine Light. What's up, everybody that's in the building? It is snowing out here. Well, it stopped snowing, but we caught a storm. We got about 12 inches of snow, so we got about 1 foot. And yeah, it's cold out here. It is 19 degrees in New York, and we had a nor'easter, so my internet's acting up. So please let me know, guys. Okay, so you guys hear me well. I'm not going in and out. There's no buffering, correct? Thumbs up again, guys. Thumbs up again, please. And as you know, as always, you might hear some sound effects and things in the background. You know that my life is busy. So if you do hear some things, my apologies to you guys and the background noise. Please forgive me. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm going to say hello to everybody in the building. Hello, welcome, Jaden Shaw. 0428. What's up? Cat Talk 1. What's up, lady? Mom Life Love. Hello. Bev Davis is in the building. Shorty. What's up, my shorty? My West Coast Bella. What's up, mama? And the infamous Kels Tears. What's up, baby? You did a great live the other day, sis. I'm sorry I wasn't there for that, yo, but I caught the live. I caught the replay, and I agree with you. You already know I will talk about that as well towards the end of the live. Clout Daddy Fat Boy. What's up, chulo? His Lordship. What's up, brother? Hi, baby. And by the way, my brother, His Lordship over here, is the one who did my my musical intro with Busta Rhymes in the background, my Diva Divine Light intro. If anybody who's a content creator needs a intro or an outro or any type of graphics, thumbnails, you want to get technical because he's all about technology, right, bro? Please drop your link in the chat. Everyone who is a content creator, drop your links in the chat. And please, everyone, go subscribe to these channels when the links are dropped. Thank you. Let's support each other. And like I said, his lordship does the intros and outros. So if anyone is interested, you can reach out to him. Let's see who else is in the building. Missy, what's up, mama? I miss you so much, my love. April Showers, Miss April, what's up? Auntie Fireball is in the building. Please go subscribe to her channel as well. Everybody who has a channel, please drop your links. Thank you. Let's share one another out, okay? Amis and my brother Amis Love Zone. I'm so sorry I missed your morning prayers this morning. I woke up late today, had a late breakfast and all that good stuff. Please go and subscribe to Atmos Love Zone channel as well, guys. He has his House Blessings channel and his news channel. He speaks on everything. Miss April as well. Let's see who else is in the building before I want to make sure I get everybody out the way. Thank you, guys. All right, guys, there you go. Drop those links. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, I am Queen. Hi, Mama. All right, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, we are going to go back in time once again on R. Kelly. We are going to go back to talk about Dr. Mcgrath, who was a doctor for R. Kelly for 25 years. We're going to go back. We're going to talk a little bit about him. We're going to read the transcript. This is going to be a long live. So get ready, y'all. Bring your spliffs. Bring your wine. It's afternoon time. It's a good time. Anytime is a good time. So we're going to kick it back. We're going to listen. I got some videos to show. Y'all know how I do. Everything that I do on this channel, everything is alleged. Everything that I do or I present is not owned by me. It is owned by someone else. And in the Fair Use Act, I am doing things to create content, to criticize, report, and share information. That's what we do over here. I'm not over here to spin any stories. I'm not here to tell no lies. I just want to spit facts. That's it. That's all. I am the information lady with some receipts. On top of that, if need be necessary, that's what I do. Okay? Yes, prayers up to you, Miss April. I'm sorry, what's going on? Prayers to you and your family, honey. Yes, do that, Tears. Because I'm going to take a break and have to do mine in the middle of the live. Truth Strong, what's up, mama? Hi, baby. Warrior. All right, so Dr. Mcgrath. Well, actually, before we start all of this, I wanted to show you guys something that I found to be very interesting and weird at the same time. Okay? So, another warning. The presentation today is going to be graphic. We are going to talk about sexually transmitted diseases. Okay, so please make sure you are 18 and over. My channel is made for 18 and over content, but it will be trigger warning. It will be triggering, so I'm giving you a trigger warning. Okay? If you can't take it, step off. I understand. Question, guys. By the way, do you see in the chat that I have it on? Do I have it on subscribers mode only? Hey, Miss Mo. What's up, Chula? Jacqueline. What's up, Jackie? Hi, Mama. What's up, beautiful ladies? Hey, Giovanni. Hello and welcome. So, I just wanted to give those disclaimers out, okay? And then we can get into this content. Like I said, we're going to do our quick daily prayer, okay? And then I'm going to show you this really weird video that I found very interesting. It was really weird. Oh my God. It was kind of spooky for me. Y'all got to tell me how y'all feel about the video. Okay, so let us bow our heads in prayer, y'all. Okay? This is a prayer that we do on this channel. Every so often, I will be doing this prayer. It is a prayer against forces of darkness and pedophilia. So let's bow our heads, put our hands together so we could pray for everyone across the world, for survivors of abuse, sexual abuse, and to ward away and lock up all predators, okay, with agenda across the world, not only in the R. Kelly sector, across the world. Okay, let's bow our heads and pray.
Prayer against forces of darkness / pedophilia. Father God, we thank you that you've given us power and authority over all the power of the enemy, and we exercise it now. We bind, rebuke, and render powerless Satan and his entire kingdom of darkness. We ask that you continue to expose Satan's agenda and sexual predator agenda in Hollywood, with the elite, with the internet, and everywhere in the whole world. In the name of Jesus Christ, we bind, cast down, nullify, and bring to naught every evil work of pedophilia and child sex trafficking. Sex trafficking, and any way or form of the harm of the innocent, we give charge to the mighty angels to expose every secretly devised plot and plan, expose the vile harm of children. As the Apostle Paul declared blindness upon the agents of darkness in Acts 13:6-11, we too speak upon these perpetrators blindness, incapacitation, and paralysis, holy conviction. We decree that they will grope about as one in darkness so their plans will not be carried out. We loose the angels to go now and tear hell's kitchen wide open. We stand the angels around every child in Jesus' name and cover them with a hedge of protection that no evil penetrate. We thank you that all their evil deeds are being arrested right now, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, your will be done. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen, ladies. Amen. Okay. Amen. We do Tears, yes. And hello, Miss Darcy, Mama. Miss you, Mama. Indigo, what's up, baby? Tasha is in the building. My bear, my Thai bear, my boo-boo. Baby, hi, Mama. Hold on 1 second, guys. Give me a second. I hear someone whistling for me. Hold on, y'all. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. It is. It's snowing, girl. Well, it stopped snowing over here in New York. We've gotten 12 inches of snow, guys. We were snowed in. My husband wound up not going into work today. He wound up waking up early in the morning, shoveling around the property, the sidewalk, the property, and all that good stuff. Yeah. So we're snowed in, guys. And hey, Cherise, what's up, baby? My girls that I haven't seen in a while. Hello, ladies. What's up, y'all? And hello, everyone in the bushes. To all my haters and my peoples. What's up, y'all? All right, so guys, as I said, before I start and get into this commentary, I found this video and I don't know, it was just weird. Y'all gotta tell me what y'all think about it. This was a video done by the Miami-Dade PD. Okay? I'm gonna share it with y'all. And the name of the song and the video is Sex Offender Shuffle. Did you hear that? Sex Offender Shuffle. I'm going to post the link in the chat, okay? So in case if you guys want to share it with anyone, please do share the video. Okay, let me... okay. All right, I posted it in there, guys. Okay. So like I said, it's really weird. It's a crazy video. The name of the channel, we're going to shout them out, is Scott Gardner. Okay. And it's just really weird, but here we go. Let me share it with you guys. Hold on. Okay. Let me solo lay it out because, and I'm going to go, oh, wait. Hold on. Shit. I forgot, guys. I got to make sure I'm sharing the audio. Yeah. So that I can go on mute. Okay. Now I'm going to go on mute. And as you guys are watching, I'm going to throw your comments on the screen. Okay.
As a resident of Miami-Dade County, it is your right to know the names and likenesses of sex offenders living in your area. As a public service, we have created this videotape so that you and your friends and family can stay aware, stay safe, and maybe even have a little fun. Enjoy.
State of Florida has asked us to disclose our sexual crimes to you. We were bad, but now we're good. We're moving into your neighborhood. You know we're trying our best to be functioning members of society. We're not here to start no trouble. We're never fighting the sex offender shuffle.
I'm Larry Arthauer, and I'll refrain from touching my neighbor's kids again. What I did was not too kind, but I'm a nice guy, you'll come to find. I've got a backyard and a real nice pool. Y'all should come over for a barbecue. We can make some cold drinks in my blender, but do keep in mind that I'm a sex offender.
Vernon Douglas is my name. My battery arrest is what brought me fame. But there's much more to know about me. I love to dance and I love to ski. I zip and zoom on through the snow. Just strap on my boots and watch me go. But I can't ski until December. Till then I'm just a sex offender.
I'm Charles Dolan, dropping rhymes. I've been arrested 7 times. I know that sounds like a lot. 3 of those times were for vandalism. Feel real bad, I got caught. Might do it again, probably not. I'm not here to make pretenses. I'm here because of my sex offenses.
I'm Sam Pound, I'm number 1. Apologizing for what I've done. In case you were wondering what that was, I snuck into a bathroom and I eat no truffles. I'm just here to do the sex offender shuffle.
Hey everybody, I'm Laura Hughes, proving girls can do it too. And by it, I mean touch your cousin. Was it worth it? No, it wasn't. You won't find me in your child's playset, cause I gotta wear this ankle bracelet. I'm not here to go on a bender, I'm here because I'm a sex offender.
Last name Bermholt, first name Mark. I'm moving in somewhere on your block. Not in a house, but in a van. If you need me to move it, I sure can. The last thing I want is any trouble. I've learned my lesson from the sex offender shuffle.
I'm the one they call Arthur Chase. They said I didn't have to show my face. My first trial ended in a hung jury. If I'm found guilty, they'll unblur me. I'm not the necrophiliac Arthur Chase. That's a different Arthur Chase. I'm not here to be my own defender. I'm here because I'm possibly a sex offender.
Okay, real quick, I'm not like these people. Okay, this is an extortion plot by my ex-wife, who's the only witness, and she's trying to take away my kids. And if I'm not here to pack my duffel, I'm just here to do the sex offender shuffle.
State of Florida has asked us to disclose our sexual crimes to you. We were bad, but now we're good. We're moving into your neighborhood. We're obliged to admit the crimes for which we were convicted. We're not here to start no trouble. We're never fighting the sex offender shuffle.
Okay. The Miami PD says that sex offenders can be cured, they can be healed, they can go back to normal society, they can admit their wrongs and make them right. That was the purpose of the video. I wonder if R. Kelly and any other offender would be down with the sex offender shuffle and admit your wrongs when you're wrong, admit your crimes. Lord have mercy. Was that video a hot mess or what? She said, Lord willing, my studio keep doing good. I can make it next week. Okay. Yeah, that's they should be ashamed of themselves. Yeah, they are. But then they had to, let us know. They gotta, they're trying to rehabilitate sex offenders. So this was their way of doing so. Fat Boy said, fuck Florida, we gotta take this. Miami, why? She said, okay, the nasty pedophile show. Oh, man, only way to care is castration. Yes, I agree, Fat Boy. Do the sex offender shuffle. Yes, R. Kelly should be doing that in jail so that he can go and tell his new lawyers, give me a plea deal, because you know what? I'm about to get like 100 years in New York. So give me a plea deal for these other cases so that they could give me only 1 year, because according to Choke No Joke, which we're gonna get into that as well, he was only gonna do a year. I can't believe R. Kelly did not take the deal. He really thinks he did no wrong. He thought it was okay to abuse these girls because he told them he was their boyfriend. That's still domestic violence. It's domestic abuse, no matter what. He sexually abused them. He used them. He paid them off like they were prostitutes. But he made it look good in their eyes. So they thought they were in love. Hey, this 504 girl. What's up, mama? Darcy said, we always take that out. Who gonna produce that shit, R. Kelly? That's a good question, Ty. That's a damn lie. He was never gonna do a year. Narcissism at its finest, for real. He was never gonna do a year. Well, he's gonna do more now. He should have just took a deal. Facts, Darcy, yes. Narcissism at its finest. I agree. Now, before we get into Mr. Mcgrath, I wanted to give a shout out to another content creator. I'm going to put his channel in the chat. I'm going to put his link in here. Shout out to the Wiley Show. Oh, wait. The Wiley Show. Please go subscribe to this brother's channel. He's another content creator. And he had something to say about a particular R. Kelly supporter and those who are fanatics of R. Kelly's. So, in case if y'all want to share, subscribe to his channel, please. His name is The Wiley show. I'm going to share. Please go subscribe to the brother's channel. Shout out to Wiley for this. Thank you for having some common sense. Give me a second. What happened here? Yes, girl, the Wiley Show. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you already subscribed to him? That's what's up, mama. Well, anyone who is not, please go and subscribe to his channel. Thank you. Let me go mute. Before I start the video, I want you guys to figure out who he's talking about. You don't have to put the person's name in the chat. Put their nickname in the chat. Okay? All right. Here we go.
We had to decline those interviews because we are going live on the Wiley Show. And we're going to bring it down with our people. I ain't got time to be helping lifting everybody else up. I go live to get my own clicks and views. So we do want to give a special shout out to the media folk that is here watching this live. And I always say, I do stand with Tasha K and her 300 employees. And I stand with her. And I believe that what she did was right in her humble opinion. And also, too, I got an update. I was in somebody else live. They was actually praying for R. Kelly. Now, we all know R. Kelly is guilty. We all know that he's guilty of those crimes. He is going to serve years, decades in prison. He will actually die in prison. And it was one particular woman. She was crying and praying because the records of the case is sealed. And so I was in her chat and she was crying like a baby. Oh, Miss R. Kelly and R. Kelly. Now, mind you, this woman supposed to be for the people, and she's crying for R. Kelly. You know something wrong with you. You crying over R. Kelly. You know something wrong with you if you think R. Kelly is innocent. Something is wrong with your spirit when you sitting there and you crying over R. Kelly. That man is guilty, guilty, guilty. Oh, he's so innocent. Let me go ahead and pray for R. Kelly. Father God, if you can hear me, free R. Kelly. That prayer ain't going nowhere. He's exactly where he's supposed to be because he violated innocent victims. So don't be sitting there talking about free R. Kelly. That's crazy. Free him for what? So he can violate some more women and girls? No. He need to be locked up. He need to be eating prison food because he violated victims. All right? Can we break that down? He violated. So we don't need to be saying a prayer because you should have been praying for him before he did all that and say, Lord, touch his heart, touch his mind. But at the end of the day, if he refuses and continue, then this is the end result. If you commit a crime, you got to do the time. All right? Just like Cardi B. She allegedly done a crime and she got an investigation out in New York. And she may go down for it. She may get probation. So if you do the crime, Cardi, you must do the time. Okay?
Shout out to the Wiley Show. Period, Pooh. You do the crime, you must do the time. Okay? Yes. Please hit that like button on your way in. Or just jump out, take 2 seconds, and then come back in, y'all. That's right. You do the crime, you must do the time. Period. And if they got evidence and proof, and the government proves their case, you're done. I know innocent men do go to jail. Yes, they do. But R. Kelly is not one of those men. He is not innocent. He's not. Okay? Yes. I put the link in the chat, Mama. Mom Life. I posted it. It should be right up above this 504's comment. Let me see if this is the same link. Can I do it again? Yeah. Okay, I'm posting it again. Okay, got it. Thank you, Tears. I think that's the link to his channel. And I posted the link to the video. Oh, yeah, I forgot. She did a video. Yes, she did an interview. I didn't get a chance to see it. You guys saw it? I didn't get to see it. I'm going to have to go back and watch it and then talk about it later. Oh, God. They all know he's guilty as sin. Lord have mercy. All right. So, all right, let me go back to here. All right. So, guys, I'm going to put on the screen the transcript for Dr. Mcgrath, Chris Mcgrath, MD. And hold on. I gotta go to my other side. Hold on, y'all. Okay. So Chris G. Mcgrath, MD. He's a professor. Okay, he works as a professor now. Okay, he's a professor of medicine in allergy and immunology. Okay. He works with the Medicine of Northwestern University, Feinberg School of Medicine, Allergy, Immunology, Fellowship, Northwestern University, Feinberg School of Medicine. He does internship and residency at that university. And also the University of Iowa. Now, he studies, his academic focus was anaphylaxis, clinical, which has to do with epidemiology, and pathophysiology, and diagnosis and treatments. His clinic focuses on allergic, rhinitis, asthma, angioedema, insects, food, and drug allergies. He graduated in 1979 in the University of Iowa. Postgraduate training. He was an intern at Northwestern University in 1980. He was a resident of Northwestern University in internal medicine in 1982. And he also did, he was the fellow of Northwestern University. I don't have my glasses, guys, so please forgive me for being choppy. Mcgrath Medical Center and for allergy and immunology in 1984. Now, guys, I can't see your comments because I'm reading on the other page. Now, his certifications, he is board certified internal medicine by the American Board of Internal Medicine. And also he's board certified in allergy and immunology by the American Board of Allergy and Immunology. Okay. And he works out of 500 North Michigan Avenue in Chicago, Illinois. Okay. His honors and awards. Says Medical Staff of 35 Years of Service Award in St. Joseph Hospital in Chicago in 2019. Top Doctor in Chicago, the International Association of Internists, spotlighted in the Leading Physicians of the World Award in 2014. He also got honors and awards for Best Physician as chosen by their peers, U.S. News and World Report in 2012, 2013. He also got the Patient's Choice Award, MDX Medical Inc. in 2009. He also got the Medical Staff 25 Years of Service Award in St. Joseph Hospital, Chicago, Illinois, in 2009. Also, Certificate of Appreciation for 25 years of continuous service from the Feinberg School of Medicine in 2007. Now, he also is a professional society member for the fellow American Academy of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology in 1992 to present, as well as fellow Illinois Society of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology in 1986 to present. So he's associated with those things. He was also in quite a few articles talking about the impact of type 2 targeting biologics on acute exacerbations of chronic rhinitis. So this was in 2021 in September. So he came out in like 4 articles. So he's really more into allergy and immunology medicine now. But he did study for primary care doctor, internal medicine doctor. Okay. Now, we know that he was R. Kelly's doctor and that he testified in court that he continuously prescribed R. Kelly herpes medication, dating as far back to 2007, which was before he started messing around with Geronda Pace and right before his trial started in 2008. So yeah, I could believe that Lisa Van Allen and everyone else before him, Lisa, Aaliyah, Javante, Andrea, all those women before 2007 do not have herpes at all, because R. Kelly was diagnosed more or less with herpes back in 2007. Okay? Now, guys, I need to know, somebody can find for me real quick and Google it real quick, because I don't want to open up any more windows. Can you Google for me what year did R. Kelly drop his first Trapped in the Closet video? Please, and put it in the chat. Thank you. Now, we know that according to Geronda Pace, she was a virgin. In other words, yes, she was sexually abused as a child. Okay? She was sexually abused as a child. But that does not mean that she wasn't a virgin when she met R. Kelly. In other words, those things happened to her and she didn't have sex again until she met R. Kelly. So yeah, she was a virgin before she got into R. Kelly's grip. Now, the trouble with the doctor is that instead of being paid for doing his job and his service to R. Kelly was inviting him to party. Now, Mr. Mcgrath, Dr. Mcgrath testified, okay, that he used to prescribe him herpes medication so much that he memorized his number. The doctor said he was paid not in cash, but in trips around the country for parties and concerts. Okay? You know, a lot of people, his employees said that working around R. Kelly was weird. There was a lot of weird things that you had to do and think to yourself, should I do it? You know, but I need to get paid. You know? Now, remember that the doctor had first became aware of the possibility that Kelly might have herpes much earlier than 2007. And he had said that more or less it was after a June 5th of the year 2000 visit. You see what I'm saying? The year 2000. R. Kelly was complaining about it. And R. Kelly used to call the doctor to request the prescription, and he used to call it the blue pill. And that the doctor said that the phone calls were frequent for the blue pills. And that the pharmacy was near the McDonald's in the neighborhood where R. Kelly allegedly used to hang out with all the girls, and, you know, where he would hang out with the girls. Okay, and he met some of his accusers there, some of the survivors. Now, the reason why that happened is because they had to find out if R. Kelly apparently had herpes, and his doctor said yes. The prosecutors did what they needed to do to establish that R. Kelly was well aware of his diagnosis. And that was their evidence, that he gave the girls herpes, and he did it without telling them. And you know, it's crazy how R. Kelly's lawyers were like, that herpes is not life-threatening, so R. Kelly shouldn't be charged with it, with passing it to a minor, because it's not life-threatening. Are you kidding me? It's a STD. And it's a STD that stays with you for life. You can never get rid of herpes. You could just control it. It'll live dormant in your body forever. Okay, so that's what it is. Now, the doctor is even going to testify because for Geronda Pace. Because Geronda Pace said that she had begun to develop sores while she was having sex with R. Kelly. And that R. Kelly wound up calling Dr. Mcgrath to his house. And he examined Geronda Pace while R. Kelly was in the room. And the doctor was confirming that the sores were herpes. He told Geronda Pace and R. Kelly right then and there in the room, this is herpes, you got herpes, he got herpes, y'all all got herpes over here. You need some more blue pills? That's just my little spin on that. That's not what he actually said. Also, and okay. So let's get to that now. Now it's crazy because another thing is that Dr. Mcgrath, okay, he was subpoenaed, okay, and he had to wind up breaking doctor-patient confidentiality in order to testify. And, you know, the doctor said that a lot of the times he would tell R. Kelly, you know, to take care of himself, what he should do. And, you know, you need to tell your partners that you have this disease and, you know, be careful, wear a condom. And it was like, he said that R. Kelly barely heeded to his general health care advice. Like, he never listened to him. He didn't, not always did he listen. Now, it was also known that in 2011, Dr. Mcgrath had recommended that R. Kelly take the examination. Like, here you are all these years, you're calling me for the blue pill. You do have the symptoms. Obviously, the pills do work. So you do have herpes. I did examine another young lady who was a minor at the time, and she did have herpes. I saw the sores. Okay? So we recommended to R. Kelly, please go and do this examination. And he even told him to get a flu shot. But R. Kelly was like, nah, man, I'm not doing that. Right? And that the one thing that R. Kelly seemed to be concerned with, and he was concerned about, was the sexually transmitted diseases. So Dr. Mcgrath had described in these transcripts that he's seen him for different types of ailments over the years. Okay. Now, they said that one of those tests had to do with that he could have had chlamydia. And that was in 1994. Okay. But come to find out, the chlamydia was unfounded. Okay. So the chlamydia was unfounded. Okay. And that was in 1994 when R. Kelly was complaining about that. And I believe that's when he first started to see the doctor. And then in 1995, a year after, he saw him for a case of gonorrhea and herpes, which Dr. Mcgrath had diagnosed him in 2000 for that. Because he started complaining about him wearing leather pants and he was itching and burning and all types of things. All right, so we're going to get back into that. And then, let's see, there was something else I wanted to mention to you guys about that as well. Hold on. Okay. That's what that is. Okay. Last thing I wanted to do was to let you guys know what the ratings and the reviews were, or are, shall I say, for this doctor. He got a 4.7 overall rating as a doctor. Some of the reviews say that he's attentive and he's a kind doctor. He's very experienced and he answers all questions. They said that he's very personable and he's interested in the person as a whole. He asks questions about the person's home life and work life, and to treat the person and make them feel comfortable. He didn't rush no one. He doesn't rush anyone. He explains everything. And he also breaks it down in layman's terms. And he's always there for his patients. Excellent physician and takes his time as needed to discuss the issues. He's just an all-around great doctor. You see? He's a very nice doctor. All right, Kelly. He treated you very nice throughout the years. Why didn't you pay this man? You should have been paying this man. Chris Mcgrath, you need to sue R. Kelly. How about that? But then again, you were doing illegal practice yourself. You didn't report him to the health department, which is what you should have done. I don't know what's going on with your practice now, but I don't think you should be practicing anywhere because you did that crazy stuff. Like, that's just weird. You were a groupie, is what I see. Okay.
Hello, my name is Dr. Chris Mcgrath. I'm an attending physician at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. I'm on faculty at Northwestern University Feinberg School of Medicine as Professor of Medicine, Division of Allergy and Immunology. The types of patient I see in allergy and immunology are primarily outpatients. The most often we see is patients with nasal and eye complaints, allergic rhinitis and conjunctivitis, also asthma, followed by people that get hives, swelling, it's called angioedema, and even patients that have the most severe form of allergy, it's called anaphylaxis, whether it's unexplained or from a food, a drug, or even a stinging insect. It's a wide range of disorders we see within allergy. I believe the key elements in creating a good doctor-patient relationship is listening to the patient very carefully, try to determine what's bothering them the most, to try to pick a therapy plan that improves their quality of life, to keep them at work, keep them at school, and minimize any side effects with therapies we choose. What I share with patients looking for allergists, including myself, are the different approaches that may be taken by different allergy, whether it's medications or allergy injections or avoidance. Some allergists focus more on those modalities than others. And I prefer to approach with the basic principles of allergy: avoidance, medications, and then perhaps allergy shots.
Now you see how Dr. Mcgrath said how he takes care of his patients and how he works. Yes, he's an allergist. Hey, Just V. Hello, everyone who's coming to the building. T-Bam. Blade. R. Kelly's a dog. Hey, what's up, mommy? Just V, what's up, loca? Tasha. Okay. Boom. Uh-oh. What happened here? Rocking with the truth. What's up, mommy? Karen J. What's up, baby? Lovely's fair. What's up, lady? Angelica. What's up, Angelica? Hi, mama. Noonie. Hello, Noonie. What's up, y'all? What's up, everybody that just came in? Hello. So, yes. You see all of those bulletin points I was telling y'all? Okay. It started way back in 2000, guys. Okay. It took R. Kelly a little time. We're going to go back into the transcripts. Hey, Flawless. What's up, baby? Granny. What's up, Granny? Okay. What happened? Debo in here acting up? What's good? Oh, Lord. Debo, knock it off if you in here. Girl, let me know. I'll give you some private lessons. Just give me a call. My number is in the about section of the channel, okay? All my information if anybody ever wants to reach out to me. Okay? Yes. We are hitters. Yes. Facts. Boom. So, okay. Let me get into the transcripts. Now, guys, I'm going to let the reader read it, okay, because I got to go into the kitchen real quick. So I'm going to let the reader read it. And what this is, it's the direct, it's going to start with the direct, it's going to be the direct examination by the government, attorney, the U.S. Attorney Shihata. Okay. So let me, I'm going to do the read aloud. Oh, man, let me see if I could go on mute. All right, guys, let me know. I'm going to play the read aloud, and let me know. I'm going to go on mute, and let me know if you hear the read aloud, okay? Give me thumbs in the chat.
for you, then the government is going to ask you some questions. I know they gave you some instruction not to talk about certain things, including the nature of the trial that took place in 2008, but you may answer any questions that the lawyers ask you, okay? The witness, okay. The court, that's lifted. I mean, unless I sustain an objection during the course of the questioning, but it's okay for you to answer questions on that subject. Okay. Courtroom deputy, okay. The court, okay. Great. Let's get the jury. A brief pause in the proceedings was held. Courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters courtroom at 2:33 p.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick.
No.
Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 332. The court, you may be seated. All right. Well back, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume. Mr. Canick, whenever you're ready. Mr. Canick, thank you, Your Honor. Courtroom deputy, the witness is reminded she's still under oath. The witness, yes. Cross-examination by Mr. Canick, continuing. Q. Good afternoon, ma'am. A good morning. Q. I want to visit that party, the first party you went to, for the less than 30 minutes one last time. Now, at that party, there was a DJ, am I correct? A. I don't recall a DJ being there. Q. Okay. Now, you were asked earlier by the government what, if anything, that Mr. Kelly told you about herpes. Do you remember that? A. Yes. Q. Okay. And your response is that he told you nothing about herpes, am I correct? A. He told me nothing about him having herpes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 333. Q. Now, you testified and told us earlier that you had several meetings with the government, am I correct? That's correct. Q. And when you had these meetings, there were agents and assistant United States attorneys, am I correct? Yes. Q. Now, prior to the briefing and asking you questions, they advised you that making a false statement or telling a lie to a federal official is a crime, am I correct? That's correct. Q. And they told you that on numerous indications, am I correct? That's correct. Q. And you swore here earlier today to tell the truth. That's correct. Q. And you swore yesterday to tell the truth. That's correct. Q. And then you recall being interviewed by the agents on February 27, 2019. A. I'm not sure of the exact date. Mr. Canick, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? The court, sure. Mr. Canick, JP 2. Approaching the witness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 334. Q. I direct your attention to the top left-hand portion under Details of Investigation, and see if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you had an interview with the government on that particular day. Yes. Q. When you say, yes, after having reviewed the document, does that refresh your recollection that you had an interview with the government on February 27, 2019? Yes. Q. And on that date, they gave you the admonition that making a false statement to the is a federal offense, am I correct? Yes. Q. Now, when they asked you about herpes and my client on that date, you told them one day, Kelly confided in me and informed her, Daddy's not doing too good. Have you ever heard of herpes? That he further informed you that a few people close to him have it, and it has been traveling around since the late 90s. He went on to explain that herpes was a virus. Even though it was curable, you cannot get rid of it. And then, according to you, he instructed you to look down there to make sure it wasn't traveling. And that he opened, you stated to the government that he only opened up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 335. People about herpes that he really trusts. And that you recall that conversation took place around July 2009. And that he further, according to you, instructed you to lay down. He visibly and physically inspected your vagina with his finger, and that he informed you that you could tell anyone that she contracted genital herpes from him. Do you remember telling the government that on February 27, 2019? Most of it, yes. Q, but you just testified under oath that he told you nothing about herpes. A, this was during my outbreak, when I had found out I had it. Q, no, that's not my question. My question is, you came in here yesterday, took an oath to tell this jury the truth, and when you were asked by the government, what did my client tell you about herpes, you said he told you nothing. Do you remember telling us that? Yes. Q, but now what I just read to you, you told the government a total different story, am I correct? A, what you read I don't recall. Q, oh, I see. Now, you did testify and told us earlier that prior to coming in and giving testimony to this jury. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 336. You and the government went over these questions that they put to you at least 3 times. Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained as to form. Q, you and the government went over the questions they put to you, am I correct? Yes. Q, more than once. Yes. Q, more than twice. A, I'm not sure it was more than twice. Q, now, I think you testified yesterday as well that there came a point in time that you started after you sued Robert and got a settlement that you gave monies back. Do you remember telling us that? Yes. Q, and I think you told us that you did that because you felt bad about what was happening, what you guys have been going through. Yes. Q, okay. But you sued him 3 other times, am I correct? That's incorrect. Q, 2 other times. That's correct. Q, and after the first lawsuit, how long, how much time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 337. Elapsed before you sued him a second time. A few months. Q, and that was the only other time you sued him. A, no, it wasn't. Q, there was another time, am I correct? Yes. Q, okay. And how much time elapsed from the second to the next time? 3 years. Q, but you felt bad about what you were going through, am I correct? That's correct. Q, and now, you also testified and told the jury that even after the lawsuits you wanted to continue to be his friend. That's correct. Q, in fact, You wanted to get back with him according to you. That's correct. Q. In fact, according to you, you wanted to just get the relationship back in gear again. That's correct. Q. Now, when you were hoping to get the relationship back in gear again, was that after the first lawsuit, but before the second? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 338. Q. And when you sued him the second time, did you try, were you still hopeful after the second time to get the relationship jump-started again? Yes. Q. In fact, as you sit here today, you're still hopeful of getting a relationship with him, am I correct? That's incorrect. Q. When did you stop hoping and wanting to get a relationship with him? I'm not sure of the date. Q. Was it in 2017? It was before then. Q. 2016. It was before then. I'm just not sure of the year. Q. Okay. So I asked you this morning about the time that you went to Mr. Kelly's house for a party, and whether or not you encountered security. Do you remember me asking you that? Yes. Q. And you told us that, basically, what you did is that you called Bubba, he met you, and just escorted you through, am I correct? That's correct. Q. Well, again, you had interviews with the government where you discussed these details, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 339. Yes. Q. And do you recall, or isn't it a fact, that you told the government on February 27, 2009, in that same interview that was just referenced, that when you arrived at Kelly's front gate, security asked for your names? That's what you told the government on that date, am I correct? Yes. Q. So you didn't tell them that when you got to the gate you had already called Bubba, and Bubba came and met you, you didn't tell him that, right? I don't recall. Q. But you now admit that you were encountered by security. They stopped you, am I correct? It wasn't, like, actual security that stopped us. The court, I'm just confused. Is Bubba security? Mr. Canick, no. The court, oh, this is somebody else. Mr. Canick, yes. The witness, Bubba, he plays the security role. The court, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to clarify. Q. Bubba owns a tattoo parlor, am I correct? That's correct. Q. Bubba is a friend of Robert Kelly, is that correct? That's correct. Q. You are telling this jury under oath that Bubba was part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 340. Of the security. Yes, Bubba is part of his security team. Q. Okay. Now, so when you told the jury earlier this morning that you had no encounter with security, what you are telling us is that because Bubba, who, according to you, is part of security, but you don't view him as security. So it was fair for you to say that you had no encounter with security. Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Q. I confused myself with that one, Judge. Now, when you told the jury this morning that you did not have any encounter with security, you meant that because you had Bubba, who was part of security, come to get you. That's correct. Q now, tell the jury why when you were interviewed by the government you told them that security came, that security stopped you and asked you for your name. A. I don't recall. Q now, I'm not asking you if you recall anything, I'm asking you to explain something. Why, if Bubba was part of the security and you did not view him as security, why would you tell the government in that meeting that when you arrived at the front gate, security asked you for your name? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 341. Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, do you remember why you told the government that? The witness, I don't recall. Q, but you would agree with me that Bubba knew your name, right? Yes, Bubba knew my name. Q, so you got the court, let the witness finish. Bubba knew my name. Q, so Bubba would not have asked you for your name, am I correct? That's correct. The court, I'm sorry to interrupt. Were you by yourself at this time? The witness, no, he was with Keonaya. The court, I see. Go ahead. Q, according to you, what you told us the other day, is that Bubba invited you and Keonaya, am I correct? Bubba invited me, and I was with Keonaya. Q, Bubba did not invite you and Keonaya. Me and Keonaya was together. Q, when Bubba extended the invitation, he did not invite you and Keonaya. That's correct. He invited me, and I was with Keonaya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 342. Q, so, during your interview with the government, isn't it a fact that you told the government in and around May 2009 that you formally met Kelly through one of his friends identified as Jermaine at the time you were approximately 16 years old and you identified Jermaine as Jermaine Maxey, also known as Bubba, and you stated that, Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, well, do you have a question to put to the witness? Mr. Canick, yes. The court, rather than just reading the whole thing. Q, isn't it a fact that you told the government that you stated that you first met Maxey through MySpace, and after communicating with Maxey, he invited you and your friend to personally meet up? Do you remember telling the government that? Yes. Q, and then you made plans to meet at the tattoo shop? That's correct. Q, and after making arrangements at the tattoo shop, Maxey contacted you and invited you and your friend to attend one of Kelly's parties instead? That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 343. Q, so he invited you and your friend. He invited me, and I was with my friend. So, in speaking terms, he invited us. I'm saying it's the person I'm with, so if I'm invited, I'm bringing them with me. Q, isn't it a fact that you told the government during that meeting of February 27, 2019, that Maxey contacted you and invited you, Ms. Geddes, objection. Q, and your friend to attend one of Kelly's parties instead? The court, overruled. That means you can answer. The witness, okay. The court, that's okay. That's correct. Q, when you gave testimony here under oath, you testified to the question, what led you to go into the defendant's house in May of 2009, and your answer was, We were supposed to be going to a tattoo parlor and ended up getting invited to his home by Bubba. He invited to us a party. That's what you testified to under oath. That's correct. Q. Now, you testified earlier and told us that about this assault according to you that Robert inflicted upon you the last time you two got together for a sexual encounter. Do you remember telling us about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Pace Cross / Mr. Canick. Anthony D. Frisolone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 344. Yes, I do. Q told us that after the assault, according to you, that he asked you to engage in sex then as well, am I correct? That's correct. Q, and after you had some initial sex, he told you to put on some heels, so you can have intercourse. Am I correct? That's incorrect. Q, that's incorrect. What did he tell you about the heels? The heels are the heels that that he wanted me to wear whenever we had sex. Q, and he didn't ask you according to you. He asked me about the heels, and that's when I told him that I left them at my uncle's house. Q, and he asked you about the heels for the purpose of having intercourse, am I correct? I'm assuming that's what he wanted. Q, right. But when you spoke to the government in one of those interviews you had, you told them that on that same day, Robert was having a party, and you told him, Robert, that you needed to grab the heels for the party. Do you remember telling the government that? Anthony D. Frisolone, F. Rivka Tyke, RPR, RMR, CRR Official Court Reporter. 347. The following conference was held outside of the hearing of the jury. Mr. Canick, I'm almost done. So in this interview, this post-interview of the polygraph, because I don't want it to be an argument that by asking of the name of polygrapher, that I'm opening the door to the polygraph. The court, I think you asked her if this refreshes her memory about whether she said this. And then she said it doesn't. I don't think it matters to whom she said it. Mr. Canick, okay. The court, I think that's probably, is this before any of this happened? Mr. Canick, after. Ms. Geddes, this is after the lawsuit is settled and referring to the court, I see. Mr. Canick, she's still stalking, that's the point I'm trying to make. The court, I'm not accepting that characterization, but I understand what you're saying. End of sidebar conference. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Johnson Pace, Cross, Mr. Canick. Rivka Tyke, RPR, RMR, CRR Official Court Reporter. 348. In open court, jury present. By Mr. Canick. Q, do you remember having a video recording done as you waited out by Robert's home? I do. Q, do you remember when it was that you were waiting outside of his home? I do not. Q, were you waiting alone? I'm not sure. Q, what were you waiting in? Were you just standing around waiting, or were you in a car? A car. Q, how old were you? I don't recall. Q, was this before January 10th, January 2010? I'm not sure. Q, let me show you a document and see if it refreshes your recollection. Mr. Canick, may I approach the witness? The court, yes. By Mr. Canick. Q, if you look at the bottom portion underlined in red, see if it refreshes your recollection as to whether or not this was before or after your initial lawsuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Johnson Pace, Cross, MR, Canic. Rivka Tyke, RPR, RMR, CRR Official Court Reporter. 349. A. I'm not sure. Ms. Geddes, what page are you showing her? MR, Canic, 54. The witness, reading that doesn't look familiar. Q. When you were waiting out by Rob's house, you were in a vehicle, were you not? Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, I think you have to refer her to my recollection is the witness said she didn't recall that. MR, Canic, I'm going to get to that. The court, let's do it with a proper question. By MR, Canic, Q. You testified earlier that you recall making a video recording as you sat in front of Rob's house, is that correct? That's correct. Q. When you sat in front of Rob's house, how long was it that you sat there? A. I'm not sure. Q. Was it hours? A. I'm not sure how long it was. Q. Was it more than 5 minutes? A. I'm not sure. Q. What were you waiting for? A. I don't know. Q. You drove from somewhere to go to his home, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. J. Johnson Pace, Cross, MR, Canic. Rivka Tyke, RPR, RMR, CRR Official Court Reporter. 350. That. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 14, 15, 16, 17, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm coming. Hold on. Okay. Wait 1 second. Yeah, I'm coming. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back, y'all. I'm gonna get to Mr. Mcgrath now. I just gotta find the way to the page. Sorry, guys. I just wanted you guys to hear a little bit about Geronda Pace's testimony in the meantime while I was in the background busy feeding the fam, you know. But we're going to get into Mr. Mcgrath now. Oh, here we go. Okay. Give me 1 second, David. You want to read, Noni? You going to help me read? I'll drop the link. I'm going to drop the link for you, honey. Here you go, Noonie. I just dropped the link, mommy. Oh, no, wait. I want to put it this way. Yeah, keep it this way. Right, so Noonie, as soon as you come in, yes. No, I was feeding the family. That's why. I don't know what me and my husband are going to eat, but I took care of the kids. We were trying to get something, but we don't know what we're doing. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm going to wait for you, Noonie. So you see how... You see how Mr. Canick was telling Deronda Pace about Bubba? Bubba was security, allegedly. He was security for R. Kelly. And he was also the tattoo guy. So now we know who gave Dominique her tattoo. It had to be Bubba. Bubba was the tattoo guy. According to Deronda. Yeah, I know. Blaze said, David, go cook something. He made breakfast. Who's cooking? He said, I'm hungry, but I'm not cooking. Well, this morning we had some eggs. Excuse me, guys. We had some eggs, some scrambled eggs with hash browns and toast. That's what it was for breakfast. Yes, please get those likes up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Noonie, where you at, Noonie? Come on up, baby. All right, well, in the meantime, I'll start. All right. Chris Mcgrath, MD, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, affirmed by the courtroom deputy, was examined and testified as follows. It's going to be done by Ms. Shihata, who is the attorneys for the government. Okay, let me see. Boom, boom. Now she starts off with her questioning by saying, good afternoon. And Mr. Mcgrath says, good afternoon. Ms. Shihata says, did you receive a subpoena to testify here today? He said, yes, I did. The judge says, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up to and use the microphone. I hear you, baby. I'm coming. Hi, Noonie. You're muted. What's up, baby?
Hey, I'm in here.
You in here, baby. What's up? I'm glad you're here to help me out because it's a lot of reading.
I'm ready.
So who you want to be, the government or the doctor?
I could do government.
Okay. All right. So we are at, the government is about to question him. So we're on line number 9.
Okay. So let me start right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you receive a subpoena to testify here today?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up too and use the microphone.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Okay, so are you
That's
gonna do court too, or you want me to do
Yeah,
government and
court.
miss?
Yeah, I'll do the court.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that. I am going to ask you to keep your voice up too and use the microphone.
I'm sorry. Did you receive a subpoena to testify here today?
Yes, I did.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a physician.
What kind of physician are you?
Internal medicine and allergy and immunology.
Where do you practice?
Chicago, Illinois.
I am showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 1. Do you recognize the person in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Robert Kelly.
Do you personally know Robert Kelly?
Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
As his physician?
Do you know him in any other ways as well?
Socially.
Do you see Robert Kelly in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out and indicate and identify him by an item of clothing that he's wearing?
The man over there in the blue suit and blue tie. The judge says, indicating the defendant.
Now, you indicated you were his primary care physician, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe your medical training to the jury?
I'm trained in internal medicine, which is a 3-year program after medical school. Internal medicine residency, that was followed by a 2-year allergy immunology fellowship. Both were at Northwestern University, preceded by medical school at the University of Iowa.
And do you practice in both internal medicine and allergy and immunology?
Yes, I do. I know some of these words, girl.
And are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
In both those specialties?
Yes, I am. Both specialties.
Generally speaking, what is internal medicine?
It's primary care with the knowledge studied also in the subspecialties of internal medicine, such as allergy, immunology, infectious diseases, endocrinology, gastroenterology, cardiology, and others. 16. Uh-oh. Did I lose her? I lost her. Okay, she'll come back. My internet is really unstable. Can you guys still hear us good? Okay. Oh, people are calling. All right, baby. I'm going to continue until you get back, okay? Okay. The next question is, and does that include diagnosing sexually transmitted disease? And the doctor said, yes, it does. Okay, I got you right now, mama.
And do not disturb. Now, following your medical training, did you open a practice or did you buy a practice?
Yes, I bought a practice.
And around when was that?
In 1984, June.
And where was that practice located?
The practice was originally at 100 East Ohio from 1984 to 1988. And then in 1988, I moved the practice about 4 blocks away from 4 blocks away to 500 North Michigan Avenue.
And was that all in Chicago, Illinois?
Yes.
And do you still practice at 500 North Michigan Avenue?
Yes, I do.
Aside from your medical practice, do you hold any other positions?
Yes. I also have a teaching faculty position at Northwestern University Medical School. That's professor of medicine where I work with allergy, immunology fellows, residents, and medical students at the Northwestern Medical School.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 48 by Miss Shahida.
Yeah, Shahida. Shahad.
Is this just a photo of you, Dr. Mcgrath?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit Government Exhibit 48.
Any objections? No objection, Judge. All right, that's an evidence.
Now, for how long were you the defendant's primary care physician?
Approximately 25 years.
And approximately when did you first meet the defendant?
1994.
And how did you meet him?
I was asked to see him by his accountant, Daryl McDavid, as a favor.
And how did you know Daryl McDavid at the time?
He was an internal medicine patient.
I am showing you what's in evidence. I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 12. Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize the person to be in the photograph?
Daryl McDavid.
Oh my God. I move to admit Government Exhibit 12.
No objection, Judge. Okay, that's an evidence.
May we publish it?
Yes.
To the jury, please. Thank you. Now, at some point, did you receive a subpoena from the government for the defendant's medical records?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you do after receiving that subpoena?
I called an attorney and had them copied and numbered. The judge says, "You had the records copied and numbered?" He said, "Yes, I had the records copied and numbered."
And were those records then provided to the government?
Yes, they were.
And what kind of records did you provide the government with?
The original paper records, pre-electronic records. So from about 1994 to 2011 was paper records. And then the rest are electronic generated records from 2011 to present.
So fair to say the copy of both your paper file with respect to the defendant as well as electronic records.
That's correct.
And how were those files maintained at your office?
In a secure medical files drawers.
For the paper records, you mean?
For the paper records. And the rest are through e-clinical work, so electronic health records.
And were those records kept in regular court? And were those records kept in the regular course of your business?
Yes, they were.
And as a regular practice of your business?
Yes, as a regular practice of my business.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 237. Prior to the testimony here today, did you have any opportunity to review Government Exhibit 237?
Yes, I did.
And does that consist of portions of the medical records for the defendant that you provided to the government?
Yes, it does.
I move to admit Government Exhibit 237.
Any objection? No, Judge. Thank you. Okay. Government's Exhibit 237 was received in evidence.
Now, based on your prior review of Government 237, does it include records from both your hard copy file as well as the electronic records that your office maintained in the printout format?
Yes, it does.
Now, approximately when did your office begin using electronic record keeping?
In March of 2011?
And once you switched to electronic records, did you use the record keeping system exclusively for patient records?
Yes.
All right. Now I'd like to focus on the time period before March 2011, before the switch to electronic record keeping. In that time period, what were the methods you used to issue prescriptions for your patients?
Handwritten prescriptions or telephone call-in prescriptions?
Now, when you say telephone call-in prescriptions, who would you be calling?
The pharmacy.
And in those circumstances, where would you call the pharmacy? What information did you provide to the pharmacy?
The patient's name, date of birth, medications, quantity, dose of the medication, refills, and a signature if it was written. Otherwise, just a verbal over the phone.
Now, in your paper records, did you keep record of each time you called a prescription for a patient?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was just the standard of practice at the time that you wouldn't write a note every time you called in a prescription.
Now, in your medical practice, do you sometimes receive phone calls from patients?
Yes.
And prior to moving to electronic system in 2011, did you always create a paper record of such phone calls?
Not every time, sometimes.
Now, turning to when you switched to electronic record keeping in March 2011, what, if any, ways were you able to issue prescriptions to your patients at that time? After that time?
After that time, they would be done electronically through opening a telephone encounter. And then you put in the name of the medicine, the dose, all the specifics, and then you would hit send and it would go to the pharmacy.
And could you also still at that time, in addition to that, do call-in prescriptions?
You could also, yes, call in prescriptions also.
And did you, in fact, do both in your practice?
Yes, I did both.
All right, now going back to Government Exhibit 237, do you see the first page of the exhibit on your screen?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what type of record is this first page's?
It's a written medical record of an encounter or progress note on patient Robert Kelly, dated September 12th, 1994.
And is this your handwriting on the page?
Yes, that's my handwriting.
Now, directing your attention to the first entry on the page, had you met the defendant before that date?
No, I had not.
So was this your first time meeting with him?
Yes, it was.
And when you, in your practice, when you meet a patient for the first time, what is your practice as to the first meeting? What do you do?
The first meeting, you take a history first while they're there. That's the history of the present illness, preceded by the chief concern or chief complaint, followed by past medical history, past surgical history, family medical history, review of systems, assessment, and plan, plus or minus some laboratory or imaging or testing results.
Now I want to direct your attention to the first line on the page. What is indicated there?
27, black male singer.
And was the defendant 27 years old when he first came to see you?
Yes.
Now I want you to go down to the fourth line. What is indicated there?
Concerned about chlamydia, no genital urinary symptoms.
All right, I'd like to direct your attention to the middle of the page where there are some numbers written. What does that refer to?
That's his weight, 193 pounds, height, 6'1".
And does this record reflect whether you conducted a physical exam during this office visit with the defendant?
Yes, it does.
And what does it reflect in that regard? Did you do a physical exam?
Yes, it's under those two numbers, the skin exam, normal, skeletal, lymphatic, head, ears, eyes, nose, and throat, lungs, heart, abdomen, extremities, neurological, and genital urinary.
And did you order any tests related to the sexual transmitted diseases following your exam?
Yes, I did.
And what tests did you order?
The tests I ordered were a chemistry, which is generally kidney and liver, a blood count to screen for, like anemia and leukemia, and then a chlamydia test and syphilis test.
So those last two are related to STDs?
Yes, they are.
Now I'm turning to page 8 of the exhibit. Do you recognize the type of document this is?
This is a lab result.
And do you see where it says drawn date and time?
Yes.
What date is listed there?
September 13th, 1994.
All right. Now going back to the first page, you had indicated this date here. Is that September 12th or 13th of 1994? Now having looked at the lab report.
I'd say it's September 13, 1994.
And according to the document, what were the results of the two STD tests that you ordered on September 13th, 1994?
The two tests, chlamydia and syphilis tests, were negative.
All right, I'd like to now turn to page 2 of Government Exhibit 237. Is there an entry on this page for an encounter with the defendant on January 23rd, 1995?
Yes, there is.
And what kind of encounter was this?
It's a progress note with the chief concern, examination, assessment, and plan.
And what was the chief concern on that visit?
Penile stinging, 1.5 days, no discharge, no partners, illness, no non-drug allergies.
And can you tell from the record whether you examined the defendant that day?
It says exam and then decline rectal exam, penis. There was no discharge.
What, if any, tests did you order following this exam?
I ordered a gonorrhea culture and a chlamydia test.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 11 of Government Exhibit 237.
Okay, does this indicate the results of those tests?
Sorry.
Yes, it does. It's okay.
And what does it indicate?
Positive growth of Neisseria gonorrhea. Negative test for chlamydia and syphilis.
And so what does the test result mean with respect to gonorrhea?
that he had gonorrhea, explaining his chief concern at that visit.
What is gonorrhea?
It's a sexually transmitted bacterial disease.
Is it curable?
It's curable.
Now, as we've seen in the exhibit, the lab issued this report on January 28th, 1995, correct?
Correct.
I want to turn back to page number 2 of Government Exhibit 237. Is there an encounter on this page from February 7th, 1995?
Yes, there is.
And what kind of encounter was that?
Progress note.
And what, if anything, happened during the encounter? Was that an in-person visit?
It was an in-person visit.
And what happened during that?
After talking to somebody, I can't make out that name. A patient came today and I treated him because of that result with an Z-Pack and a shot of ceftriaxone, 250 milligrams, intramuscularly, and educated the patient to tell partners and to practice safe sex.
And is that indicated over here?
Yes.
And what does that mean? Advise the patient to tell partner and recommend safe sex.
With sexually transmitted diseases, you have to educate the patient. Make sure you treat the patient and have the patient inform any sexual contacts that they should be seen and treated.
Meaning sexual partners.
Yeah, sexual partners.
And why did you advise the defendant in that manner?
Because I just diagnosed him with gonorrhea.
Is that your regular practice when you tell a patient that he or she has an STD?
Yes, that's my regular practice.
And by STD, you mean sexually transmitted disease?
Sexually transmitted diseases, correct.
Has it always been your regular practice?
It always has been and is my regular practice.
I'd like to direct your attention to page number 3 of that exhibit. What's reflected on the encounter on May 1st, 1996?
It's a progress note. Visit. Do you want me to proceed?
Sure.
Okay. Chief concern is penile purulent drip. 2 days. Declines cultures, etc. for privacy. Etc. for privacy.
And what cultures did you want to run on that point? At that point,
I would only have to take an educated or retrospective guess. Chlamydia. I would object, Ms. Becker said. The judge says, make sure you have the microphone on and you can take your mask off. Otherwise, I can't hear you. Are you objecting? Ms. Becker said, yes. The judge said, when you say you have an educated guess, are you talking about your usual practice or do you know what happens next? Mr. Mcgrath says, it would be my usual practice to repeat what I just did in the previous visits. The judge says, okay. Ms. Becker says, thank you. Mishihata?
Would those be testing for STDs?
Oh. Sorry about that. Yes, it would.
And that involves cultures, is that correct?
Gonorrhea culture, chlamydia, and whatever else I would have thought of at that time.
And your notes indicate that the patient, the defendant, declined for privacy reasons, correct?
That's correct.
Now, is there any other entry on this page for October 29th? Well, what date is that entry for?
October 29, 1988.
88 or 98?
Oh, I'm sorry, 98.
And what does that indicate?
Chief concern was sore tip of the penis within 24 hours, episodic, no discharge, exam negative, impression urethritis, and I drew the arrow pointing to the treatment above, which is, I think, was a treatment I gave on May 1st of 1996. Pause.
So the same treatment?
Okay, I thought I heard somebody come in. Hold on. Sorry. I think the treatments for both those visits.
What was the treatment for?
Most causes of urethritis most likely treat chlamydia and gonorrhea.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to page 162 of the government exhibit 237. Was there an office visit by the defendant on this date?
Yes, there was.
And what is the date indicated?
June 5th of 2000.
And what was the complaint on that date?
The complaint was irritated penis, Saturday evening, progressed into swelling of the head of the penis and red bumps, itched, preceded by several hours before, wore leather pants. They were black, tied around the waist, without underwear, for a photo shoot. No dysuria, that's burning on urination. No hematuria, that's blood in the urine. And no frequency of urination. Otherwise, feels well.
I'm just going to stop you for a moment. That's that portion that you read is that what the patient, the defendant, Mr. Kelly, reported to you on that visit?
And right, it's what he reported, and then what I asked for pertinent positives or negatives.
And did you conduct any examination during that visit?
Yes, there was an examination.
And what do your notes reflect regarding that?
It says exam glands penis. That's the head of penis. Very small vesicles. Those are very small blisters. He had the pop-pops! Y'all gotta stop playing with me. R. Kelly got bumps. I don't give a hoorah if he had a false negative test. At the end of the day, the doctor knows what he was staring at. That's why he gave him the pills. That's why he continued to treat him for it. Because R. Kelly never wanted the examination done. Let's continue.
I also feel like he just didn't want it on the record. They both knew.
He didn't want it on the record.
He was gonna get caught up. He knew he was going to get caught up, so they knew what they were doing.
Yep. You're absolutely right, Noonie. He did not want that on the record because at the end of the day, if he did get caught or like something like this was going to happen, there would be no record of it. But at the end of the day, the doctor testified to state how he treated him and why he gave him the drugs that he gave him to treat him what was needed. And it helped him, right? He was constantly on the blue pill. So what does that tell you? It was working. So what does that tell you? He had herpes. Like, period. So y'all need to stop that nonsense, okay, with the R. Kelly's clean. He's dirty.
And what else is reflected on your notes for that visit?
My impression and plan.
And what was that?
My impression was either contact dermatitis from the black dye in the leather, or leather components, or herpes simplex virus.
Is that what's known as differential diagnosis?
That is correct. A differential diagnosis for this visit.
And what does that mean?
That means the possibilities based on the history and the exam.
And you mentioned contact dermatitis. What is that?
That's a skin reaction. Most common in the community would be like poison ivy. I was wondering if it was from the dyes in the leather pants, or the leather tanning agents causing it.
And what was the other possible diagnosis?
Herpes simplex virus or genital herpes.
And to be clear, was genital herpes the type of herpes you suspected the defendant had at the point based on your examination?
That is correct.
And why did you suspect genital herpes as well? Why did you indicate genital herpes as one of the two diagnoses in the differential diagnosis?
Well, they both were causes of vesicles or blisters or bumps.
And what is genital herpes?
A sexually transmitted disease caused by the herpes simplex virus, usually type 1, or it could be type 2.
And so genital herpes is which type generally?
It's a viral illness caused by the herpes simplex virus. There's more than with your stereotype. Most common is stereotype 1. It could also be most commonly, it's type 2 and could also be type 1.
Okay, so let's just be clear. Most commonly, it's type 2. Is that correct?
I believe it's type 2. I could be wrong on that at this moment.
I don't know where I'm at.
16, mama.
Okay. All right. Now, what, if any, test did you order at this visit?
The herpes simplex virus culture.
And why did you do that?
Because I suspected herpes simplex causing the irritated penis that progressed into swelling of the head of the penis with red bumps and a physical exam of small vesicles.
And as we just went over, prior to that date, you had previously diagnosed the defendant with an STD, correct?
Correct.
Gonorrhea specifically, correct?
Correct. Gonorrhea.
Now, is genital herpes curable?
It's not curable. It can go in remission, but generally not curable.
Now, you indicated that you ordered or that you conducted a herpes culture. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you can explain to the jury what that is, and what that means.
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta pause.
Okay. They think they're really slick. They are not slick at all. Mm-mm-mm. I wonder if I could see the chat. Mm-mm-mm. T-Bam, let it burn. Let's see. Hmm. Alicia Keys, that boy is on fire. Blading, you know, this one says that smells. Watch Divas with reading. Pine Piper. Y'all crazy. I bet you that is how Usher got it. They spreading all the same thing around because they all with the same people, probably messing around together. Usher and R. Kelly. I'm not playing, but I'm pretty sure they got down, especially with Puff.
I'm back. Hey guys, please pray for my grandmother. My grandmother fell and she hurt her ribs, and she's about to go to the emergency room right now. And yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hopefully she's gonna be okay.
Yeah, she just turned 91 years old on the 11th. And she was fixing her bed. She was fixing her bed sheets and she kind of lost her balance and went sideways, and she fell on top of an elephant that she has, like a porcelain crystal, I don't know, like a porcelain elephant.
Oh no.
She fell on it, so, and she's complaining about her ribs hurting, so, and that shit is hard as hell. Oh god.
Well, hopefully, I mean, luckily she didn't, hit her head or something worse,
Thank
hopefully
God. Listen, not too long ago in the summertime, this lady wound up falling. She tripped, trying to pick up her leg to get on the sidewalk, and she like missed the sidewalk and fell flat on her face. Girl, she had a bruise underneath her eye and everything. Thank the Lord she didn't fracture, break, nothing. Oh my goodness, she's strong as hell. I tell you that. Them people from Puerto Rico, don't play with them.
Yeah.
Okay, they used to, growing up, they ate good. They ate stuff from the farms. You understand? They had farms. They had their own crops. They didn't eat none of this processed crap that we eat and stuff like that. They used to climb up trees to get bananas and coconuts. Okay? So she, and she never smoked, never did drugs, none of that. So God bless her. She's still here in the pandemic. Okay?
That's right.
So, she could do it, you could do it too. So, yeah, so sorry about that, guys. Interruption. Thank you so much for the prayers in the chat, guys. Oh, January 14th. Oh, Blade, how cute. I love it. Yeah, I don't play with my mama either. My papa passed away at the age of 71. He passed away in the year 2015 or 16 it was. I can't even remember. It was so long ago. It feels like so long ago. And my titi just passed away last year. So, we've had quite a few deaths, and God bless her, she's still here,
Yeah.
So I know you ladies are being crazy in the chat while we read it, right?
They going crazy. I was reading a couple of them comments. It's so funny.
The girls be wilding out. All right, let's continue. So where were we at, Mama? We were online.
I think you were at 11, but I thought like 16, but I'm not sure. Let's just go to 11.
All right, so we'll go to 11. All right. It's where you take like a cotton tip swab the lesions on the penis, and then put it into a culture media, the results can vary. If you don't get it at the right time, you can get a false negative. I like to catch it early so you get a positive culture. So, oh, that's you.
So, just to explain a little bit more about what that means, is timing very important for herpes virus culture?
Timing is very important for herpes virus culture.
Can you explain why that is?
Because it goes through its changes of the skin from the watery blisters with a red base to the drying blisters and the flaking of the blisters. They're not shedding the virus is absent by then. The viruses are usually present at the beginning of lesions, and even then you might get a negative culture.
And does a negative herpes culture mean you don't have herpes?
No. No, no, no. Ask that question again. And does a negative herpes culture mean you don't have herpes? And the answer is no. It doesn't mean you don't have herpes. You may not have captured it. That means you might not have caught it in time.
Yeah.
It's a total clinical presentation of the history, the exam, and then in the future, response to treatment, which helps you confirm the diagnosis. You don't always get a positive culture. Boom! There it is. Did anybody out there on the slow bus understand that? Please and thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Shihata. Line 8.
And so, how is it that you, as a doctor, diagnose herpes? I think you were just alluding to it. What factors do you look at?
Again, over time, if a patient has recurrent skin lesions or penis lesions of the same nature, and then it responds to treatment, then it's genital herpes.
Now I'm going to show you page 20 of Government Exhibit 237. What is the record?
It's a lab result from June 5th of 2000, herpes simplex culture. The result was negative.
And did this result come in on June 7, 2000?
Yes, it did. It came in on June 7, 2000.
And what, if anything, did you conclude from that negative result on the herpes culture?
That it was not conclusive and that we had to follow the clinical course to see if he called or reported any more future bumps or penis lesions, and then try treatment and see if it responds to treatment either intermittently or long term.
So fair to say, you did not conclude that the defendant did not have herpes based on this test.
I did not conclude that he did not have herpes. He still could have herpes.
Now, given the uncertainty of a negative culture result that you just testified about as a doctor, what, if any, practice do you have regarding advising your patients regarding such results if they exhibit herpes symptoms?
Well, if it's pretty possible herpes or could be herpes, I once again advise the patient to seek medical help when the lesions occur or advise. inform sexual partners of potential. Use a condom. Inform your sexual partners so they could make a decision whether or not to have sex with you or not.
And is that something you did with the defendant?
Eventually, I came to the conclusion he had herpes simplex with recurrent calls or complaints about bumps, and he did respond to the herpes treatment when they became more common. I recommend regular treatment instead of intermittent treatment.
So after this initial office visit in 2000, did you, in fact, hear from the defendant again regarding the same type of symptoms?
At some point, because I began prescribing Valclizavir, I messed up on that, treatment for herpes, I do recall him making a comment once when I educated him on safe sex. And I quote, "Then I should not put it in raw. I should put a hood on it."
That's what the defendant said to you?
Yeah, at one point. And I said, yes, you should use a condom.
What did you understand him to mean? I should not put it in raw.
That he should have protection on his penis, shouldn't be just uncovered.
And what did you understand him to be referring to when he used the term hood?
A condom.
And this was after the diagnosed the defendant with herpes.
At some point over the years from June 5th to 2000.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay. A brief pause in the proceedings was held.
And doctor, just to be clear, when you advised the defendant to put on a condom, that was for purposes engaging in sexual activity, correct?
I don't know what other reason you put a condom on for. I'm sorry.
Just so we're clear.
I guess we're clear.
Now you testified that you began treating the defendant in 1994 and continued to treat him for approximately 25 years, correct?
Correct. What do you know? 25 years I treated him. Uh-huh. And how many of those years did he have herpes?
25 years. And I believe you also testified at some point you concluded the defendant had contracted genital herpes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Once again, over time, complaints that the patient had concerns about the bumps and that at times the medicine would help. So he would call and request a prescription for what he called the blue pill.
And what did you understand the defendant to mean when he asked for the blue pill?
To treat him for genital herpes.
What, if any? Well, how did you in your practice treat the defendant's genital herpes?
Well, initially, as I recall, intimately until in general, the rule is if it occurs more than 3 times in a year, you should be taking medicine every day, a pill a day, to reduce shedding and reduce the risk, but not eliminate the risk of spreading it to someone else. But you can reduce the risk by taking medicine every day instead of as needed.
And when you say as needed, what are you referring to?
As needed for outbreaks. Like if you just have 1 outbreak a year or 2 outbreaks a year, that would be appropriate. But if it's more than 3, the rule is, in general, to start them on a daily pill to perhaps not have any more outbreaks and reduce the viral shedding.
And in your time as the defendant's doctor, did there come a time where the defendant had more than 3 outbreaks in a year?
Well, I can only assume based on me insisting on taking it once a day and prescribing him at a month at a time with a year of refills to reduce phone calls and to encourage regular treatment.
And so you did, in fact, prescribe the defendant with a medication to treat genital herpes for a 12-month supply.
Yes, the phone calls seem to be frequent for the blue pill. So I would encourage one a day, 30 pills, instead of a 5-day treatment course or 10-day treatment course.
Now, I think you mentioned the medication Valtrex.
It's an antiviral agent, Valclacivir.
Is Valclacivir the generic name of the drug?
Yes, it's the generic name.
Is Valtrex the brand name?
That's correct.
After you first prescribed Valtrex and Valclacivir to the defendant, how did he suspend the treatment?
It would make the bumps go away.
Okay, it would help with the outbreak.
Yes, it did.
Did you prescribe Valtrex and its generic version to the defendant multiple times?
Yes, I did.
After the first prescribed Valtrex and its generic version to him, did the defendant continue to ask you to prescribe it to him?
Yes, he did.
And how did he do so?
It was a phone call, usually from one of his employees, most commonly from a man named June Brown.
And did he also sometimes call you himself?
He would call himself, yes.
Now you mentioned, well, I'm going to show the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this person?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize it to be?
June Brown.
And have you met June Brown personally?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of him?
It's a fair and accurate photo of him.
Okay, so I'll go after you so you don't have to read multiple people. So you'll get, I move to admit Government Exhibit 3.
No objection.
That's in evidence. And may we publish it?
Yes.
And who did you understand June Brown to be to respect to the defendant?
An employee of Mr. Kelly.
Now, sitting here today, do you recall the exact date that you came to the conclusion that the defendant had genital herpes?
No, I cannot come to the conclusion about the exact date.
Based on your review of Government Exhibit 237 prior to your testimony here today, is it fair to say that the Government Exhibit 237 includes multiple records indicating that you had reached such a conclusion in the past medical history? Portions of various progress notes.
Yes, in the electronic medical records.
And again, you made that switch to electronic medical records in March 2011?
Correct.
I want to show you page 124 of Government Exhibit 237. What is the date on this record?
The date is December 9th, 2011.
And what, if anything, does the record reference regarding herpes?
Herpes is in the past medical history, as also along with the current assessments.
And what, if any, treatment plan is indicated here?
Continue Valtrex 500 milligrams, 1 tablet orally once a day.
And does it also indicate at this time, or what, if anything, does it indicate about what medications the defendant was currently taking at the time?
The current medication was Valtrex, 500 milligrams, one tablet once a day.
And again, the Valtrex was prescribed to treat his genital herpes.
That is correct.
And what is indicated under history of present illness?
The reason why he was at the office, I had asked him to come in to register since the office changed to electronic medical records. At the time, I asked him to have a well adult exam, review of systems, examinations, screenings, labs, and a flu shot, and he declined.
All right. So, EMR, what's that switch?
Electronic medical record.
Just for the court reporter, let's make sure we're not talking at the same time, okay? Now, you indicated at the certain point you changed the way you were prescribing Valtrex to the defendant, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And did you explain why you were doing so to the defendant?
I don't think I explained it to him, but it was a transition from less phone-ins and more electronic prescriptions.
So explain what you mean by that.
Well, before electronic records, prescriptions were called in, not always recorded. Electronic medical records allow you to record more prescriptions unless it's at night or on a weekend or something where you don't have access to the system.
Did you indicate to the defendant that you were prescribing 11 refills at this time?
At a time, I frequently encouraged him to take it daily instead of as needed. So I frequently would prescribe 30 pills to encourage one a day with a year of refills to reduce requests for the pill and encourage him to stay on it long term.
And what, if any, based on your treatment of the defendant, what, if any, conclusions did you reach about whether he was, in fact, taking it every day, 12 months, a year?
My conclusion from this one visit gives me the impression he was taking it once a day. Did you ever reach a different conclusion?
Not that I can recall.
All right. I'm going to show you another page, okay? Oh, that's you. I'm sorry. Not that I recall. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going
It's
to
that
show
I hear
another.
things. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Let me check the chat. Ty. So I believe that the doctor kept giving it to him, but he just obviously wasn't taking it. He would just call and say, "Oh, I need it again," but it's like he kept trying to make him take it, and you can't make somebody be on it if they don't do it. Mm-mm-mm. T-Bam, yeah, I think he still practices. I don't think they took his license away yet. He definitely should lose his license. I don't see how many people we got up in here. Can someone write how many people we got up in watching?
We got 30 in the building.
So, from my understanding, the doctor was trying to make him take it every day, and he just wasn't doing it, huh?
He probably just wasn't doing it. Exactly.
Just call him when he has a crisis.
That's it. And make sure he got his pills for the year.
Okay.
But obviously, he didn't take it because he wound up giving it to Joy. He wound up giving it to Geronda. He wound up giving it to Lizette. He wound up giving it to Kate. I forgot what Jane Doe she was. Or, we don't know her real name or who she really is, but Kate, right? And we also wound up giving it to Dominique, and I said
the younger one too. What's her name? The cute one, the recent.
Oh, Azriel.
No, the one that her dad's a pastor, and she was like one of the more
Faith.
recent ones.
Yeah, Faith.
Yeah, Faith.
Faith.
Yeah.
Faith Rogers. All those girls, and those girls, a lot of the girls were from 2000 and beyond. So, like I said, he was dirty in the beginning, complaining about drip, drip, drip. They found out he didn't have chlamydia, it was gonorrhea. And then he started complaining about things happening to him after 2000. With his pants burning and the leather burning and the bumps growing and blistering and all types of things.
And he got the nerve to wear those leather pants without underwear. He's nasty.
Right. How do you wear that with no underwear? How do you wear leather pants with no underwear?
Nasty.
What? Oh, man. All right. So let's continue. So like I said, that was my grandmother. They left in the ambulance already.
Oh, good. Thank God. We'll pray for her.
Yeah. So, yeah.
How much more do we got?
Let's see. We're at 205. This goes to 288, but it's probably like, because the last few pages are like indexes and certain notes and stuff like that. So I don't know how many pages we got, girl. But how long have we been on? Let's see.
Almost 3 hours.
Almost 3 hours. Okay. So how long can you go on for, Mama?
I'm almost gonna have to. I don't know about much longer, but
okay.
It's up to you.
All right, that's cool. Whatever, baby. Let me know when you're ready to go, and then I'll just continue, and then I'll end my live. I'm gonna cut it kind of short because I don't know if we should read the whole transcript because a lot of it is repeated questions.
Okay.
So basically, I just want to go through. I don't want to go through the cross examination. I guess we could I'll just finish the direct.
Okay.
All right. So, all right. Where were we?
14. I'll be going.
All right. Wait. Where were we at?
I think it was 14.
Wait.
No, you were on the right page.
We were on this page, right? Okay. Yeah. Prescribing 11 refills at a time. Okay. Question. Mommy, we're at line 6. Oh, we're on 14
No,
already?
14. Because we didn't come to a different conclusion. Okay. So I'm on 14.
Yes. Go ahead.
Right. I'm going to show you another page, okay? Before I get to that, going back to how you issued prescriptions for the defendant, would you both call the pharmacy and issue electronic prescriptions for him?
Yes, that would occur.
And what was the main pharmacy that you called to issue the defendant's prescription?
Walgreens at 641 North Clark in Chicago.
And was there a name commonly used to refer to that Walgreens?
It was referred to the Rock and Roll McDonald's Walgreens.
Why was it referred to in that way?
It was a rock and roll theme to the McDonald's, and there was also a Hard Rock Cafe across the street. The Walgreens was across the street from those two rock and roll places.
Showing the witness only what's been marked for identification in Government Exhibit 520. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in the photograph?
It's a McDonald's, which was referred to as the Rock and Roll McDonald's in Chicago.
And what is the Rock and Roll McDonald's in Chicago looked like in the past?
That's how it looked like in the past. Correct.
I move to admit Government Exhibit 520.
Any objection?
Judge, I simply ask for a date, if we could please.
Well, it's really a question. Is it the McDonald's? Did it change or something?
It's since been torn down and rebuilt.
Oh, this is what it looked like. Like when, I guess before it was torn down and rebuilt.
Yes.
All right.
I move to admit it, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we publish it?
Yes.
Where was the Walgreens at 641 North Clark in relation to this Rock and Roll McDonald's?
To the left and behind across the street, kitty corner. I believe there is another restaurant directly across kitty corner.
Did that Walgreens have any special feature?
A drive-through was available at that Walgreens.
Among the prescriptions that you issued to the defendant at the Walgreens, was Valtrex included in one of those?
Yes, that was one frequently.
Over the years, how often did you issue Valtrex prescription to the defendant at that Walgreens?
It was so often that I had memorized the phone number at that Walgreens since then.
Do you remember it now?
I sure do. It's 312-587-1416. How about that?
After you made the switch to electronic records in March 2011, do you also issue prescriptions electronically for the defendant to that Walgreens?
Yes, I did.
Did you issue prescriptions to the defendant at other pharmacies?
Yes, other pharmacies.
Is there a record in the medical records that you provided to the government exhibit 237 of the first time you issued prescription for Valtrex to the defendant to treat genital herpes?
I'm not sure of the exact first prescription. I think the earliest.
The question is there a record in the government exhibit 237 of the first time you did so?
I can't be sure if it's a yes or no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sure.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay. I'm supposed to be cooking también, and I don't think I'm going to be cooking. I don't know if I'm going to order out tonight. I
I
don't.
just had to change a baby's diaper.
Okay, there you go, baby. Do what you got to do.
Okay. All right. So let's see.
We were at the court. You're the court, mama.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay with you. Okay. Go ahead. Can you please take a look at Government Exhibit 237?
Yes.
And let me know when you've had a chance to do so.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether there was any record in the Government Exhibit 237 for the first time you issued Valtrex prescription to the defendant?
Yes.
What is the answer?
The earliest date I can see is December 8th, 2011.
That's an electronic record, correct?
That's electronic, correct.
As you testified previously, you called in Valtrex prescriptions for the defendant prior to switching to electronic records, correct?
That's right.
So does that refresh your recollection? Withdraw. Are those called in prescriptions prior to the switch to electronic recording included in the medical records that you provided to the government regarding the defendant?
No, they are not.
Why is that?
In general, in the written days, calls in prescriptions weren't recorded all the time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to page 221 of the Government Exhibit 237. What is this document?
Telephone encounter dated August 15, 2012.
What does that indicate?
Refill, continue Valtrex 500 milligram once a day, number 30 with 11 refills.
Is that what you are referring to earlier about prescribing a year's worth of Valtrex at a time?
To encourage regular treatment instead of episodic treatment.
That's from August 15th, 2012?
Yes.
Again, this is to treat genital herpes.
That's correct.
I want to direct your attention to page 219 of the same exhibit. What is the date of this record?
December 26th of 2012.
So a little over 4 months later?
Yes.
What is indicated in this record?
Another refill for 30 days with 11 refills.
So another year-long prescription?
Yes.
Just 4 months later?
Just 4 months later.
You indicated earlier that the defendant would sometimes contact you and indicate the bumps are back. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What did you understand him to be referring to when he said bumps are back?
That his genital herpes had acted up, man.
So bumps on his genitals.
Yes, bumps on the genitals.
Having just looked through each page of Exhibit 237, does it include indications of prescribing Valtrex in 2015?
Yes.
2016?
Yes.
2017?
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
I'm showing the witness only what has been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 2402. Do you see this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a prescription for Robert Kelly dated March 19, 2007 for Valtrex, 500 milligram tablets, quantity 60 with 3 refills before March 1st of 2008.
Does it indicate who prescribed this medication to the defendant?
I prescribed the medication for the defendant.
I move to admit Government Exhibit 402.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
Yes.
May we publish it?
Yes.
You indicated this is a prescription for Valtrex, 500 milligram tablets, correct?
That's correct.
I think I'm going to zoom in. The 3 refills. Huh?
That's funny because she's like, Miss Shihata's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna zoom this in so we can see very, very well. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think I'm gonna zoom in. The 3 refills is before 3/18/08, correct?
That's correct.
And the date on the prescription is March 19th, 2007, correct?
Correct.
And based on the record, is it your conclusion that you were already treating the defendant for genital herpes by March 19th, 2007?
Yes, that's my conclusion, that I was treating him by March 19th, 2007 for genital herpes.
In the course of your doctor-patient relationship with the defendant, where did you conduct your examinations of the defendant? Where did you treat him?
Good question. Most of the time at the office, occasionally at his house or studio.
Do you have any other offices or addresses associated with your medical practice?
Not with my private practice.
Is there any other part of your practice?
I practice at Northwestern Clinic at a different address on Tuesdays.
What address is associated with that clinic that you practice at?
675 North St. Clair Street in Chicago, Illinois.
Are you familiar with the address 251 East Hernan Street, Chicago, Illinois?
Same building around the corner, yes.
The same building as your clinic?
Same building as the clinic.
You mentioned you sometimes treat the defendant at his home or studio, is that right?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government's Exhibit 502A. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
The defendant's house that the defendant lived in at one time?
Have you been to this house?
Yes, I have.
Where is it located?
Olympia Fields, Illinois.
Is that a suburb of Chicago?
Yes, it is.
What part of the residence have you been inside?
The entryway, the living room, the den, the kitchen, slide room, game room, the hallway, and the basement.
Studio? No, wait, my bad. What if anything is located in the basement?
Studio.
You mentioned that sometimes you treat the defendant at his studio. Was that the studio of Olympia Fields?
Yes.
Any other studios?
There is one on in the earlier days, Larrabee, another one on Ohio Street, then one on Justine.
Showing the witness only what is marked for identification as Government's Exhibit 525Q. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is in this photograph of?
Entrance to the studio on Larrabee.
What was a studio? That was a studio of the defendant used?
Yes.
Did you personally go to the studio?
Yes.
Is this familiar and accurate photo of what the studio looked like at the time you went to it?
Yes.
I move to admit Government Exhibit 525Q. You.
No objection.
All right, you can publish it. I'm going to show you the witness. I'm going to show the witness only what has been marked for identification as Government's Exhibit 505A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What do you recognize this to be?
Studio on Ohio. Okay.
Is that a studio? Huh?
I think we're going to end it here.
Okay.
Because then they're just going to go into... Okay, then they're going to talk about the partying and stuff like that. So we're going to end it here. We're going to end it here. We're gonna definitely end it here. So, oh snap. So, what do you think, Noonie? Huh? Does
Oh
R.
my
Kelly have
goodness.
herpes or what?
I'm just like, first of all, my thing is like, why don't you just please just take the medication once a day? Jesus.
And wrap
Rather
it
than
up.
call.
Wrap it up. Put up a hood. Put the hood on,
Mm-hmm.
wrap it up, and take your medicine, and everyone can be safe.
And then he don't have to be calling in saying, I'm burning. I'm
I'm burning,
burning.
the bump bumps, I'm blistering, I got drip drip, all these things he's complaining about.
And then he got the freaking June calling. Like, that's embarrassing. Boy, just take the pill.
He even had Terrence Allen, who was the bus driver, even pick up his medication.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Like, you got all these people going to the pharmacy to go pick up your herpes medicine, and the only two you treated was Geronda Pace and Azriel, but you said fuck a faith, right? So that's why you got what you got. You see how you didn't pay the doctor? That's why you got what you got.
Mm-hmm.
You see how you didn't take care of your employees? That's why you got what you got. They decided to turn their backs on you.
Yeah, that's what happens.
You didn't treat them good. You didn't treat them well. You treated them like shit while you had them. And then you treated them like shit after you tossed them out. And look what's going on. His own camp turned his back on him because they were tired of holding his secrets. It's time's up on R. Kelly. That's it. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy. It's
So
crazy.
he went to McDonald's and it was a one-stop shop, to McDonald's, to the pharmacy, to the doctor,
Right.
to the music.
Right. He was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, stepping in the name of love. Mm-hmm.
The hair lady wasn't lying. That's what Blade said. Yeah, I don't believe that she was lying at all. The
Who's
one that
the
was braiding his hair.
Oh yeah. Who said
Poor
she was
thing. Huh?
Oh, she wasn't lying. Yeah, she wasn't lying. She said drive through, grab the meds without even stopping at the window. Is that what happened, Ty? I don't remember that interview, all of that interview with Larry with the bus driver. That shit was funny.
Oh my god.
That bus driver was dropping a lot of stuff though. I wish he still had that interview up.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody got it.
Yeah. Tasha said, got the drip for real. Hey, Nicole, what's up, mama? Yes. Now, look, I have a video I was going to show you about what causes a false positive herpes test. So I'm going to share it with you guys so we can check it out. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When I do, Noonie, go on mute.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to drop the link in the chat to this video in case you guys want to share this, subscribe to the channel. I'm getting this information from Herpes is Real. That is the name of the channel. And the name of the video is What Can Cause a False Positive Herpes Test? All right, so let's check this out. I'm going to go on mute now.
What can cause a false positive herpes test? There are many tests that can diagnose herpes, but some are more accurate than others. It is in fact possible to get a herpes false positive. More on herpes misdiagnosis. The accuracy of herpes blood tests. As you can see, the accuracy of herpes tests depends on several factors. Certain blood tests are more conclusive than others, and as mentioned above, some tests won't tell you which type of herpes you have. It's possible to get a false positive herpes test result, and that can depend on several confusing factors. One is the duration between contracting the virus and taking the test. The amount of antibodies changes and can impact the test results. For best results, if you think you've been exposed, the CDC suggests waiting 4 to 6 weeks from contact to get the blood test. It's also interesting to note that a high percentage of the population is infected with HSV-1, which can be transmitted orally or genitally. That brings up a lot of questions for some people as to whether knowing about it via blood test is even useful. For example, it won't tell you much about where the virus is located without symptoms. Requesting a genital herpes virus test. Visit a physician and ask for a type-specific blood test. There are many herpes testing options, but you are unlikely to have a false positive herpes test if you undergo one of the latest type-specific serological tests. A serological test for HSV can determine the difference between HSV-1 and HSV-2. Anyone who fears they have received a herpes false positive test result may be exploring various other herpes testing options. Many experts agree that the molecular tests are best for diagnosing genital infections caused by the herpes simplex virus. Culture tests fail to detect the virus in many patients, whereas the molecular test appears to confirm and clearly identify whether the person has HSV-1 or HSV-2. Naturally, anyone who has been diagnosed with HSV will be concerned. If you feel that you have been handed a false positive herpes test result, you should discuss taking another test with your physician. Which test is best? First, let's take a closer look at some of the tests and the overall effectiveness of each. Western blot test for genital herpes. This test is considered to be one of the most effective ways of diagnosing genital herpes, and it is thought that the test has great accuracy results. However, cost, time and availability are a major issue, and this may make people turn to other types of herpes screening programs. Nevertheless, many physicians are willing to refer patients for a Western blot test if they suspect an outbreak of genital herpes. The Herpes Elect test. This test comprises of 2 parts. Patients undergo the herpes immunoblot test and the genital herpes ELISA IgG test. The blood samples are analyzed at a laboratory. Hence, the patient may have to wait for the test results. Both tests offer highly accurate results, and as a rule, they will detect both variations of the herpes simplex virus, HSV-1 and HSV-2. Recent studies show that herpes false positive results are unlikely when this type of test is used. The SureView HSV-2 test, BIOKIT HSV-2. Those who are unsure about the results of their herpes test, or anyone who feels they have received herpes false positive test results, could request this form of herpes testing. Patients will be required to give a small blood sample, which is analyzed in minutes. However, the test is only capable of detecting HSV-2. This is an easy and inexpensive way of testing for the herpes simplex virus, but the results may not be totally conclusive. The PCR blood test, polymerase chain reaction. If you feel that a test for genital herpes has rendered false positive herpes test results, you will need to find a test that provides a conclusive diagnosis. PCR blood tests are designed to detect genital herpes, whether there are visible symptoms or not. The PCR test locates the DNA of the herpes virus, hence, this common way of testing for the herpes simplex virus offers highly accurate results. The TZANCK smear, cytology. The ZANC is a rather outdated test, which is occasionally used to diagnose herpes genitalis. A number of scrapings are removed from the genital lesions and examined under the microscope. The medical profession no longer relies on this type of test to give wholly accurate results, because the test is unable to determine the difference between HSV1 and HSV2. What can cause a false positive herpes test? What causes false positive HSV2 blood test? What causes a false positive herpes test? What can cause a
So by him not going and taking those proper tests that needed to be done in the office and stuff like that, and plus it takes 2 to 4 days for somebody to be diagnosed with it, and if it's past those 4 days and it's shedding and things like that, they have to do different types of tests. And R. Kelly got the best test he was able to get because that's what he wanted, and he didn't do proper testing, but the doctor treated him for everything.
Yeah, and just like you said, if it's already healed up, then it will be a false negative.
Right. So that's, basically like what happened. He had caught it right as it was getting ready to heal. So that's what it is, y'all.
He thought he was slick by going and getting a positive negative. I mean, a freaking false negative, thinking he was going to get away with that, but nope.
Exactly. Still, no matter what, he was treated yearly. At first, it was temporarily, and then it became yearly.
It was like quarterly, honestly. It was quarter, like he was getting it.
Every 3 months, right.
Yeah.
But he got it for the whole year, 11 refills.
No, but he would never pick it up. The doctor kept trying to make him do it, but he wouldn't.
He would pick it up, and he wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
He wouldn't take it. He would only take as many as he needed until the bumps got away, instead of doing it daily as he was prescribed to do so.
Damn, that's crazy. To have to do it daily?
Right, because it got to a point where if you complain more than 3 times in a year, then you should get it daily. So that's when he was prescribing him 30-day refill, 30-day pills, 11 refills a month, once a month. So for 11 refills, that's 11 months. So it's crazy. And, he gave it to all these girls. And so that's the end of that. So now we all know how R. Kelly got his diagnosis from the doctor. The doctor should lose his license, for I don't think he should lose his license technically. I think he should sue R. Kelly for not paying him.
But it sounded like the doctor, he was obviously working. That's why he can get in trouble, and he's not doing that because he technically, nobody's taking the doctor to court right now.
Right.
And if they raise that question, it does look like he was helping him maneuver.
Right. He was helping him to take care of his, stuff. But at the end of the day, he didn't report it to the
board,
the health department, right?
Yeah.
That's where he should get in trouble because he didn't report it. Technically, when anyone comes out with any type of diseases like that, syphilis, any type of disease, you're supposed to report it to the health department.
And that's why he's not going to try to sue Kelly, because he don't want the spotlight.
Right. Right. And you know, who knows what R. Kelly might have on him?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? You know, it's a lot of shit. This R. Kelly thing is crazy. And Kelly Price was arguing, well, not arguing so much, but she tried to tell Joycelyn's mom, you know, that she doesn't agree with R. Kelly did. If he did do anything wrong, she's not on his side. This, that, and the third. Let's listen to what Kelly Price was saying.
She was being a bully.
Yeah, let's see what she said. Hold on one second. I have to get another microphone. I'm using my son's and his is broken too. And I just got this microphone for the boy. How about that?
Heavy, huh?
Here we go.
I remember watching Michael Jackson's trial and seeing the cook who says that she would get up in the middle of the night to bake cookies from scratch so that she could bring them to the children in the bed with Michael Jackson, and they would be having picnics in the bed. Now she's testifying. You didn't think that was weird? The first thing I said to myself is, why was she not?
But I just, you know, Michael Jackson fan over here.
I am too.
And I just do not, I mean, when other people like come to my, well, I'm a girl, so I don't know. Because I was going to say, other people come to my house so they can leave their kids in my house. We might be all in the bed.
Right.
We might be eating popcorn, watching movies. Right. But then again, I'm a girl too.
Well, but this is the thing. If you know that there have been whisperings about that, or if you know, I just feel like nobody can do, there's not any person that can do something so elaborate and so well orchestrated for so many years and not have a team that's assisting in it. And I'm going to take it a step further and say that, you know, well, hell, I ain't signed to a major label. The people at Jive knew what the hell was going on. And they helped it. They know, they find out what your weakness is. They find out what your poison is. I can remember being in a session early in my career after I became an artist and an A&R from Def Jam, because this is at the point when Island had been dissolved and taken over by Def Jam. They sent an A&R to the session, which I wasn't used to because I A&R my entire first album.
Explain to the people what A&R is.
A&R is artist and repertoire. Basically, their job is to help connect the artists with producers and pick songwriters and that kind of thing. But I was a producer and a songwriter, so I never used an A&R. Mm-hmm. So to play nice in the sandbox with the new team, they wanted to send someone into my session, so I said yes. Day one, the A&R said to me, "What's your poison?" And I looked at him like he was crazy.
Like, what do you like?
What do you mean?
What can we get for you?
And I'm still a little green or whatever. And in my mind, I'm going, I know he's not asking me, but you know, I wanted to see where exactly he was going. What are you talking about? You know, what do you need? So what do you need? You need weed, you need bro, you need alcohol, what you need? I'm like, I need you to leave. Mm-hmm. Because these are the same people when you're laid out and you can't hold it together and you can't hold a note anymore and you're no longer important to the bottom line. They'll be the ones that will make all kinds of comments about how, yeah, you know, she's so good when she got started, but, you know, she just got it. No, you brought it to her. You brought it to him. So I was always really intentional about making sure that I worked this as seriously as any other job or career that I would have had outside of entertainment.
Do you think not being a party girl held you back at all?
Yes, it held me back a whole lot.
That's deep.
That was Kelly Price. That was Kelly Price and Linnell.
Okay. So if I could say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
My thing is that I heard that nutritionist, and I don't know how you feel about it, but that lady, she is a complete liar. And she was working with Michael Jackson. So she was down with all that stuff going on. She was like, just like Kelly Price said, you got to play nice in the sandbox. You think they're going to risk their jobs to say, oh, I'm not down with what you guys are doing? No, they're turning the other cheek.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do. Turn the cheek. Yeah, Miss Nutritionist. Yeah, she's something else. Um, she was only in R. Kelly's circle for like a year or two, something like that. She wasn't in there for that long. And I guess her and Andrea had some mishap or crossed each other's path while they were there, or I don't know, because according to Andrea, she never saw her there, and if she did, she was by the water cooler, didn't know how to mind her business. She must have been all in they shit, whatever. And I just say a lot of people are complicit with R. Kelly's crimes, and a lot of those people should be next to him. But unfortunately, the way the government works, they need people to bring the shark down. So they, gave the little fish immunity and things of that nature and said, well, if you come aboard our train and we lock R. Kelly up, this would be good instead of you being locked up next to him. So why don't you get on our side, which is the right side of the law, and do what you were supposed to do many, many years ago and blow him up? Yes,
And
thank
I
you
feel
so much, Nuni, for pulling up and reading. Exactly. Word up. Thank you so much, Mama.
like that nutritionist was like lightweight messing around and getting something going on over there. Like she was partaking in something.
I don't know. She was definitely, I think, having sex with R. Kelly. I definitely think she
Yes.
was doing things with R. Kelly. That's why she's so gung ho. That's why she don't like Andrea. I think Andrea wasn't lying when she said she probably got pregnant and then got fired from R. Kelly. It's a lot. And thank you, Nuni, again, yes, for coming up and reading with me and chopping that shit down.
Thank you. I was nervous.
Girl, next transcripts will be from Chicago, so I know who to call.
Yes.
I definitely want to try to get the transcripts for Chicago when that comes about. We'll do it again, see if I could collect the pot, get the transcripts, and
You know what? At Miss Love, he has told us to watch you. And I was wondering, like, because I don't know how the transcripts work and stuff, but I know they're expensive. How come, like, are you guys able to, like, maybe go halves, like, you and another subscriber that do this? Go halves so you guys don't have to spend the whole thing?
That's the thing. That's how we were doing it the last time. We were collecting a pot. So it was easy for us to get it because they charge you $1.20 per page. And most of the transcripts was anywhere from 200 to 300 pages long.
Wow.
Yeah, so some of the transcripts were 3 and change. Most of them were 3 and change. Towards the end, they were like 2 and change. Stuff like that, because the days got shorter. You know what I mean? But when they did a full day in court, that was about almost $400 for a transcript.
Mm-hmm.
So, somebody like me, I don't have a 9 to 5, so I can't contribute to that.
Well, let us know when you start that pot.
Yeah, that's how we did it the last time. Everybody got together, you know what I mean? I say like this. We got, what is it, 10 times 3? 10 times 30? 10 times 30. We got 30 people, everybody chips in $10, there goes $300. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it worked out that way. And we were able to get the transcripts pretty fast due to Robert Keller as well. He put in, like, if we were short, he would put in the bulk. He was able to do that, which we appreciated that as well. That was totally awesome of him. So we are, yes. Yeah, the pages were blocked due to sidebars because once the whole thing of the transcripts being read online was blown up, the judge got wind of it and she reminded the court reporter to start doing redactions of the transcripts so that we were able to read them online.
I remember that, and it was going crazy, the internet.
Yeah, everybody was bucking out. Facts on that. Yes, facts on that. That was crazy, you know. So Joy Savage, let me open up my Instagram page. Let me see how I do this again. I gotta go to window, I think. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna share my Instagram page, and I believe this is Kelly Price responding to Joy Savage. Joyce, not Joy, Jonjolyn Savage. Wait. Where's
She got some nerve.
It's really quick.
Okay, here we go.
And I'm going live because if you're crazy enough to come and threaten me, I'm gonna put you out there. Be really careful about telling me that I need to tread lightly if you're not prepared. Hey, I'm gonna make this really quick. And I'm going live because if you're crazy enough to come and threaten me, I'm gonna put you out there. Be really careful about telling me that I need to tread lightly if you're not prepared to back up what you say. Okay? I said what I said, and I can stand behind everything that I said. I was raped as a kid. I was also molested. I would never stand behind someone who is doing the same thing. I said what I said, and I meant what I said. I said what I had to say about R. Kelly. He's in jail right now. I also said that I believe that that's where he belongs because where there's smoke, there's fire. But please, Miss Savage, you threatened me, and you told me I should tread lightly. You don't know me like that. You don't know me like that. I have nothing to do with what your family went through. I wasn't around when y'all were around. I will never stand in the corner of a rapist. I will never stand in the corner of somebody who is violent towards women or children. But it sounds like a hit dog that's hollering right now. I never said anything about your family. The statement that I made was about the industry as a culture, and I stand on it. Young girls and women, period, have not been safe in this business because they've been preyed upon. And people have known that girls that want a career, a lot of times, will do whatever is necessary to have one. Unfortunately, sometimes their parents want them to have one so bad that they will facilitate that process. Now, if that wasn't your mama, why are you worried about it? I never said I saw your mama backstage with you. Matter of fact, I actually didn't even say that I saw any, but my exact phrase was, I never saw R. Kelly with underage girls. He never brought them around me. He never did anything like that around me. I said what I said. Be very careful. Don't start something that you can't finish, because I don't play that. You told me to tread lightly. I'm glad you said it, and I'm glad you said it openly. But if you're not that girl, don't make those kind of threats, because you might have to show up on it. And I don't think you're ready for that either. Hey, I'm going to do it. And I'm going.
Now, my thing is, where did she, because I don't know, where is that video that she said that?
I don't know. Probably she probably deleted it if she did.
Yeah, because maybe. I think Jason Lee took it down because I went looking for it and I don't find it.
Well, obviously they delete, post and delete.
Yeah, I'm about to go back to his page real quick. Let me see. Oh, okay, there's a full interview with. Let me do this here. Shit. My internet's been acting funny. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. All right, give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to see if I can find the actual video. Let me see. It's not letting me extend this here. Okay, here we go. Go here. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, she left a comment. I have that as well. She went on her page and she made a comment. Okay, this is. All right, let me see if this is it here.
So, having now this was.
Oh, okay. I found it, guys. Let's hear what she said. This is Kelly Price with Lunel talking about R. Kelly and the moms. I found it, y'all.
Having worked with R. Kelly then.
Sorry, the video's buffering. My internet is acting up. Okay, let's see now. All right, come on. Gonna play. All right, everything's popping up again. Hold on.
So, having now this was having worked with R. Kelly then.
Yes.
And he was on the road to becoming huge.
Yes.
And now, unfortunately, his demise. I'm going to say demise because he's under the jail right now.
Sure.
So, how was your relationship with him at that time? Did he seem weird? Did he like, your little niece and stuff like that? What's going on?
You know what's crazy? So again, met him at Daddy's house. He had been listening to all the Puff stuff. And he asked him, yo, who's that girl you got writing all your stuff over there? Can you get it for me? So it was Puffy that called me. They were working on something. He said, hey, R. Kelly's in town and he's looking for you. You want to come through the session tonight? I said, sure. So that's how we got started.
Right.
And he started flying me out to Chicago to write. Oddly enough, even though he's older than I am by a few years, I took on a very older sister role with him. I was the one in the room if, I felt like he was a little whatever. It's weird. If he was, a little, I'd be like, oh, come on, we got work to do. But our relationship stayed very professional. He never brought anything around me.
Sorry, guys, my internet's acting up. It's buffering.
And people don't believe it, but he never, ever brought anything around me. He never acted weird. He never tried to make a path. We very much so had a brother, like to the degree where we're working, it's 3:00 in the morning. He'll send somebody out for White Castle, eat 5 White Castle burgers, and then lock the door and pass gas. So I can't, like, it was like that. It was very much so like that. So I wasn't exposed to any of the things that a lot of people say. Now, obviously, I heard rumors. I heard about different things.
Did you?
So I kept,
at that time?
I mean, I think we all heard rumors. We all heard.
What were some of the rumors you heard?
Well, the rumors were that he liked underage girls. He never had any underage girls around me. I knew his wife.
Yeah.
I knew the kids. I had spent time in the house with his wife and kids, all the way down to the last baby. When Drea had the last baby, and she wasn't feeling well and she was tired, I went to Chicago, went to the house, played with the kids, cooked for the kids. She was in the bed. So that really was who I was to that family. So I was not exposed to a lot of the other shenanigans. And I think that there was a part of him that understood that if I did see any of that, that I wouldn't be like somebody else and turn my head the other way.
How do you feel about him being convicted on these 9 counts now?
I think where there's smoke, there's fire. And I will say this, for as far back as the allegations go, and to know that there was a trial that he was acquitted in many, many years ago, that was the behavior that he was partaking in, and he continued to do it. When I go back to how I was raised, we were always taught that a warning comes before destruction. So he
as you know, he didn't do it by himself.
And that's the other thing I'm going to say. So in this business, and nobody really wants to talk about it, in this business, that's not odd. That's actually the culture. It's the culture. And now that I have seen that culture. I've seen mothers bring their daughters backstage.
Well, see, that's
the thing that nobody wants to talk about.
That's the dirty part of it.
Yeah.
Is that every victim had a parent who was anxious to help them get into the business.
Get into the business, make some money. And it's unfortunate that young girls, they say that girls are so unprotected. Young women of color are extremely unprotected. And in a lot of instances, I've seen, and I won't even say with him, I've toured with some of everybody. I've seen the mothers come to the shows in twin outfits with their underage children and trying to get backstage. So I think that if we're going to ever really hit that, then you got to go after everybody.
That's right.
You have to go after everybody. You have to go after the people who have helped them.
Sure.
Don't cut a deal with them and tell them if you give me him,
that you'll be okay.
That you'll be okay. Because I'll say this.
Because they're as guilty as he is.
They're as guilty as he is.
They booked the ticket. If they flew him out, if they picked him up at the
and
airport,
trust me, they did, because he wasn't getting on the phone, calling the airline, booking a ticket.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So there were a lot of people.
Okay, so that's what it was that she said. That's why Jonjolin got offended. Jonjolin got offended for the fact that she had said that there were moms who brought the girls to concerts and backstage. So Jonjolin took that kind of personal because she was one of the moms who brought her girls backstage to the concerts. But it was for a business venture. It wasn't about just meeting R. Kelly and being a groupie or a fan. So I could see why she got upset. Let me open this up. Hold on. I'm going to share this window with y'all. Okay, you guys see the window here? You guys see the screen? Because I'm off the screen.
No.
You don't see the window I'm sharing? Hold on. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so it's a share. Okay, now it should be sharing. Okay, guys. All right, that's about as zoom as I can get it, y'all. but it was on Joangelyn Savage Official. She had made a post on Instagram, and she said, Joangelyn Official mentioned you in a comment. Okay, so she made a comment in the comments section, I guess, of a video on Instagram. And she said, for whatever reason, other moms were backstage or in business meetings at the studio, it doesn't give him the right to recruit for his cult. Let's say your mom was backstage with you doing legitimate business moves in the industry. Does that automatically mean you back there not for your talents and just as a groupie? No, it does not. What he did to my family and I is inhumane, and all who knew should be brought to justice along with him, like Kevin Giles and Cheryl Mack, etc., who turned the blind eye. I encourage you tread lightly.
I don't feel like that warranted her response. Like, she just totally attacked them. Kelly Price.
Yeah, Joangelyn made her statement because she just wanted to correct her and let her know that not all parents that go backstage are there to just be fans. Some people were there because they wanted to do business with R. Kelly, as far as showing talent off to help, so R. Kelly can help produce their daughters or their friends or whomever it may have been that has brought people to R. Kelly to showcase their talents. Right? High information, man. What's up, baby? Respect to you too, puppy. And all that, it was just, it was all uncalled for. You know what I mean? I mean, Joangelyn shouldn't have responded, because but I get it. She took offense to that, but she wasn't speaking to her. She was speaking about the parents that were there as groupies and that were shoving their daughters in his face, like, go, go, go. You know what I mean? Yes, they were there, but they were there for the business portion of it, not just as fans. So I kind of understand where Joangelyn's coming from by responding, but I think she shouldn't have responded. And Kelly Price, I get where you got offended because she did say tread lightly. So I just think, I hope you guys can apologize to each other. And, R. Kelly is the type of person that likes to have chaos in his life. And this is exactly what is going on. It's just all chaotic. All chaotic. So that's when I had to think about that. And then also, what is it? Let me find it. Hold on, y'all. Choke No Joke read another R. Kelly letter, which I found to be very interesting. Let me... where is it? Where did I put it? Oh, gosh. Okay. Right here? No. Where the hell did I put it? All right, I don't know what I did. Hold on. It must have been some. I must have put it somewhere else. It's in the top. Okay, give me a second, guys, while I look for it. I thought I had it in my playlist. I didn't.
Okay, I'm ready, y'all.
All right, baby. Thank you, Nuni. It was a pleasure, sweetheart. Anytime. You're
Yes, it was
welcome.
a pleasure. I will be back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mama. One love. Okay. Now, this letter that Choke was reading was called Steve Tried to Get Me to Do a Deal. Shout out to Choke No Joke for doing what he's been doing. He's been dropping R. Kelly content, and it's been crazy. So give me a second. I'm going to go on mute. Okay, let's listen.
I need to go back for a moment to show you more of how I feel like I was being set up. After I turned myself into the state police and had gotten out on bail, 4 days later, a couple of weeks after Steve Greenberg, my lawyer at the time, came to the Trump Tower to meet with me, he had an offer on the table from the state prosecutors. Steve said to me that the prosecutors offered me a year in prison, and I said, a year for what? What did I do? Then Steve said to me, that is a great deal. And he could even get the prosecutors to take off the sex offender part.
You hear that? Steven Greenberg allegedly told R. Kelly that the state's attorneys, because it was about the sexual assault case in Chicago, which is what he was charged with first, right? He told him, take the plea. It's only 1 year. And then you have to register as a sex offender. That's it. Why didn't R. Kelly just take that 1 year and register as a sex offender? That's the problem. He does not want to register as a sex offender. He doesn't see himself as a sex offender. He thinks that what he did was not wrong. He did nothing wrong. In his eyes, he did nothing wrong. This is why Steve Greenberg couldn't deal with him, because he was a uncooperative client. He's trying to help R. Kelly out and give him advice, and he doesn't want to listen. He just wants to do what the fuck he wants to do. It's his way or the highway always. So when the defense team can't come up with a good defense, thank R. Kelly for that. It's not the lawyer's fault. They're doing their job the best they can with the client who is uncooperative. Let's continue.
Steve Greenberg told me that the prosecutor said that if I didn't take the deal, they were going to bring new charges against me. And I asked, what do you mean new charges? And Steve Greenberg said to me that the prosecutor said that they have a 12-year-old girl that I will fly back and forth from Detroit to Chicago at the time to have sex with. I got so mad when Steve Greenberg told me that because for one, it was not true. And for two, how in the hell am I going to fly a 12-year-old from Detroit, Michigan, back and forth to Chicago? And who the hell is going to allow that 12-year-old girl to get on the plane in Detroit and come see me in Chicago? And where in the hell are her parents? It sounds so made up, man, that I told Steve Greenberg to tell the prosecutor to...
Remember when Larry was speaking to us about a 12-year-old girl? I believe the girl was in Georgia or Chicago, one of those states or something. And she was looking to prosecute R. Kelly. Remember that? Yeah, so I think that's the girl that R. Kelly he's talking about. But the girl decided not to bring charges. Let's continue.
Bring it on. Not only have I been lied on, and now I feel like I'm being law bullied and blackmailed by the prosecutors. Even though Steve tried to convince me to take the deal, spend a year in state prison, I continue to tell him no. Because I knew even back then that I was being set up to be railroaded. And now I believe Steve Greenberg knew that as well. And even if I would have taken that deal for 1 year in state prison, guess what would have happened? I would have walked right out of the prison a year later, and the feds would have been right there to pick me up and take me straight to federal jail, where they would have charged me for who knows what. Because I would have accepted the state deal by pleading guilty on something I didn't do or a case that I had already been acquitted of. And Steve Greenberg knew that because he is a damn lawyer. Anyway, after they planned to get me to take a deal, didn't work. Then along with Kim Fox and Surviving R. Kelly and the Me Too movement, I ended up being arrested in federal jail without bond. But here is where I felt another part of the setup. 6 or 7 months later, after I had been arrested and was locked up at the MCC in Chicago, Steve Greenberg, my attorney at the time, had come to meet with me. And while he was going over the case with me, I randomly asked Steve Greenberg, yo, what happened to this 12-year-old girl that I was supposed to have been flying from Detroit back and forth to Chicago? And Steve Greenberg said to me, after he paused, and without even looking at me, oh, they never called me back.
So the prosecutors never called Greenberg back. So that's what happened, huh? It's crazy. Greenberg don't want nothing to do with R. Kelly's case because Greenberg likes to be a winner, not a loser. And R. Kelly, he sees plans to want to lose. R. Kelly doesn't want to win. Because if he wanted to win, he'd be out of jail right now. He'd be able to fight his case outside. But since he was a fugitive back in 2002, ran from Chicago to fucking Florida, right? He ran from Chicago to Florida. They found him in Florida. Did an illegal search. He got off there. He decided to pay off Rashonda Landfair's family, allegedly. That's the next case, so I gotta say allegedly. He paid off the family, allegedly, according to court documents. Rashonda Landfair and her family testified to the grand jury that those are her on those 4 videos. And there are other minors He is a danger to the community. Plus, he bought a mask, and he lied about having a trip to Dubai. Those were all reasons for them not to give him bail. Nobody was setting him up. That's a lie. Shall we continue?
And then he quickly changed the conversation. Weird. Even though I didn't say anything further about it to Steve Greenberg at the time, I remember saying to myself that if the state prosecutors really had a 12-year-old girl who they claimed I was flying back and forth from Detroit to Chicago, then why would they even offer me just 1 year in jail? When a 12-year-old coming back and forth to see me is game over. Truth is, there was no 12-year-old girl. And if there was, and I was flying her across state lines, that's automatically a federal crime, in which we're talking about 15 to 20 years in prison. So why would a
That's why you were facing in 2008 15 years in prison. You couldn't handle doing 15 years back then. That's why you had to hide all your crimes. That's why you obstructed justice, Mr. Kelly. Because you didn't want to get caught being with little girls. And you know that what you were doing was wrong. And you know that by law you can go to jail. That's why you married Aaliyah. Let's continue.
state prosecutor be talking to me or trying to make me take a deal with me to cop out to a year in prison when they would have just turned it over to the feds and my life would have been over? I hope you get this and understand how they were trying to set me up way in the beginning. And after one thing didn't work, they kept trying and trying until they figured out how they could create it until it's so unrecognizable that the public doesn't notice it. Once they bring me to the feds, they will have to have a fake, legitimate reason to hold me there without being able to bond out. And that's why the government hit me with the RICO charge, because a RICO is one of the biggest charge that anyone can be charged with in the Fed. And it's also one of the hardest charges to beat. And the government needed to charge me with a RICO so that when they deny me bail, it would look justified. And that's why all of my rights and due process being violated won't look so obvious.
They charged you with the RICO, Mr. Kelly, because you developed an enterprise. You had all these moving parts to help you to move these girls around, to commit the Mann Act, bribery, sexual exploitation of minors, human sex trafficking. That's why, Mr. Kelly.
In the public eye, which the government knew that if they did that, it could have caused protesting, people advocating for me, other celebrities speaking out on my behalf. The government knew that if the public caught on to what they were doing, it could have caused a lot of drama, which seems to be one of the biggest things the government was afraid of, especially during the times where you have the Black Lives Matter movement, George Floyd incident, Breonna Taylor, and just a lot of black on brown men being targeted during the time of my arrest. Because when people see the truth of what the government or any form of the justice system abuse their power and take someone down, whether by killing them, falsely arresting them, or falsely convicting them, there's a big chance that a massive amount of people are going to take to the streets and protest. And that protest can just get out of hand. Or in order for that not to happen, in my case, the prosecutors will do anything to continue to keep me in here.
R. Kelly, you abused your power and you defrauded the state by obstructing justice. You played the system and you expect the system to be nice to you? Are you kidding me? The narcissism.
Silence me while they continue to make me look like a monster to the world and further bury me right along with my truth. I'm scared. I am not trying to be the smartest guy in the world or act like I know it all. I just know my story. Just like you or anybody else know their story. I'm not trying to outsmart the prosecutors on my case, nor the federal government. I know how intelligent they are. They go to school for years and years to learn.
Ha! That's a joke. He's not trying to. Give me a break. Get the fuck out of here.
How to do what they do and have all the resources to back them up. But all the schooling, all the resources in the world can never be common sense and the truth. And because the government has neglected common sense and totally hid the truth in my case, clearly shows that the prosecutors and the government has misused their power.
This case is not about what you think it is, brother. It's about the evidence. It's not about common sense. It's about the evidence because the evidence is 99%. What is it? 99% tenth of the law. Without evidence or proof, you really don't have a case too much. It's just a lot of hearsay. Your case was not boiled down to hearsay. Your case was boiled down to the preponderance of evidence. Okay, Mr. Kelly? Okay.
On every level concerning my case. And it's because of that undisputed fact that I was arrested, convicted, and now staring down the barrel of spending the rest of my life in federal prison. Pray for me because I can't breathe.
We got to pray for him, y'all, because he can't breathe. He can't breathe, y'all. We got to pray for him. I pray that you, R. Kelly, finally snap out of it and come forward with the truth. I pray that on May 4th, when your sentencing comes down, may these girls make impact statements. And I hope that those impact statements make you want to tell the truth for the rest of your cases. May you just come out and say, listen, I'm guilty. I did it. Because if not, Mr. Kelly, you are going to be in jail for the rest of your life. I mean, you did it to yourself. Nobody did this to you. You did this to yourself. Okay? Anybody needs to be pointed the blame at, it's Mr. R. Kelly. You turned yourself into a monster. That's what happened. So that's my segment for today, guys. I'm about to call it a wrap. I hope everyone understands that R. Kelly has herpes. I hope that everyone can understand that. His doctor said it. He's been treating him since the 2000s. The last time he gave him pills was in 2019. He was still treating him till he got locked up. So, let's leave that alone. And stop shaming the survivors. They didn't do anything wrong but try to love R. Kelly. That's it. That's all. He took advantage of them. So, guys, donations are appreciated. The information is scrolling on the bottom of the screen here. It's Zelle. I got Cash App. And I also have PayPal. If you want to donate to the Super Chat, you can donate to the chat as well. I appreciate it, y'all. And please make sure you hit that like button on your way out. If you're not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe to the channel. Give it a thumbs up. Hit the notification bell on all. Leave your comments below in the video. Don't forget, guys, to hit that like button, y'all. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. And if you would like to become a part of the Badass Divas and be a part of the members only club, it's $1.99 a month, y'all. That's it. That's all. Please do so and join the membership. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
With no delaying for what you saying, yo. Said it with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on my guess I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, I be while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap you with the toolie, yo. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than kids with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. That's what you got for me. Put more than kids with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse.